Good morning. Today is 23rd of July 2025, and we're going to be racing today. Today, we're going to be racing at Sandown Hillside. This is how the track looks like. There are two different circuits here on the same track. There's one lakeside and there's one hillside. We are going to be racing on the hillside today. The challenge of this particular track is the last finishing mile, which is about 490 meters from the last bend to the finishing post somewhere here is about 490 meters. The ground rating is good. We've got 8 races coming up here today, and we will see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. At least we try to do that, but of late we are not getting the right tracks and the conditions. That's why we have reduced the number of races, but definitely we would like to do 5 days of racing. We were doing that, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses at the paddock, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that is exactly what we try and do. I've got 2 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. So that's all that we have. We'll take a look at what's going on with the first one. Number 1 has been scratched. So number 1 is scratched. And we'll take down the odds. 9, 4, 10, 5. The stream is going to be available in some time. I'm monitoring the same so that we don't miss it. But that's what it says. 9, 4, 10, 5. Okay, this is what we have for the first one. If we look through the odds, it's 9, 4, 10, and 5. Okay, 9 is the favorite. If we look through the race, then we get 9 on top, then 5 comes up. But so 4 is the linear, the 4 is a 323, which is here, and it has the physics, might get in. And if we look at what we are talking about, so if we look at the spell, the 9 is the top, right? 9 is the top, but there's a fall of 4% on this, and ideally it should be on a pressure which is 4. It is on 5, a little here and there probably, but the difference is I've just this is what I've done, because it's important to have the decimal points, so I have formatted it in a way so that we get the decimal points and we can see. So if we look at the largest, that is 7. All right, that is not happening. Then we have 8, which is here, which is a 34 by 29, which is also a fall. Then we get 5, which is here, 34, 21, 34 to 32. This is by far the highest. Okay, and the pressure is absolutely negligible. On 4, there is a pressure, and the pressure is exactly what it should be. All right, it is not more, it is not less. It is exactly what the pressure should be on this horse. 31 by 31, there is no movement here. So this one doesn't have a leverage, but this is probably the lowest. Okay, this is probably the lowest, and there's a it's a linear. It is supposed to get in, but here is the thing. The second linear and the linear, they generally don't get in together. So there is something else that we are missing, and that probably is 5 or 2. Now, why do I say 5 or 2? Is because 2 or 5, here 34 by 32, 5, 34 by 32, 9. The 10 is here. There are these horses where we cannot calculate what exactly is the pressure they are carrying, but they, here they are the largest advantage. We can't calculate the pressure because they have never been into any of the races. This is the first time. Today is the debut, and there is a cold. So all that is there. But 9 is the favorite. A 9 looks good. 9 should be able to do it. 9 should be able to do it. The other thing is the problem side of it. I mean, it's easy to say that 9 will do it. That's an easy way out. But the problem side is the fall is about 4% on 9, 8, 10, and 7. There's a 4% fall, and this is a 2% fall. But let's say this is a 26, it's a 29 that became a 26, and this is a 40 that became a 36. So, anyway, by standards, 9 is much higher. 9 is much higher, and this is under a lot of pressure. The number 4 is under a lot of pressure. That's 31 by 31 competing with somebody who's in a higher grade. So yeah, that's more or less, and it has the physics, it has the logic. I mean, it has the physics. This side of the rail is there, this side of the rail is there. So it's kind of in a good spot today. It's kind of in a good spot. The 4 is going to build up, but we'll see how it works. Right? It's 1300 meter. We need to have a clarity on how the pressure works. I'm not going to be getting into the first one. The next one probably I will get in. So that's more or less what I have. The 9 looks good. The 9 should be able to do it. And then, it is not easy to identify because there are these 3 horses which are there. So anything can happen. Anybody can get in. Anybody can get in for that matter. Hmm. There we go. We have the feed.
The gates for the first race here at Sandown will start you in 2.5 minutes, where the top favourite is $2.90 Angel at Las Vegas. That's right, 66. Racing on a soft 5. It's out 8 metres. That's been set down today.
It's always interesting from my point of view, being an out and yard analyst, to feel the need to say that sort of stuff. But you and I both know a little bit of wintry coat.
Midnight in the morning is there, midnight in the morning, so velocity, we can't talk velocity. Velocity is there, velocity is there, Minneapolis later. Midnight in the morning, company event with James Jono, Richard's favourite, says baseball.
She said, she's not been very unlucky to not break her baby thus far. She's always there about.
Yes, yeah, Jamie and Daniel are always pretty frustrated with every day, but she's threatened, she's the check, she's paying away, obviously, but if we can get today's race
Not even Warriors there with Kazi, William Angel, and also leaving Las Vegas.
I would have thought you'd probably not overcomplicate instructions.
No, not by any means. We will, we'll just bounce through his trouble, and if we're first, second, third, that's fine. We've let once, didn't go to plan as a less experienced horse, so hopefully if we ran there today, no pace, will just help.
A couple of other runners for the day, Jack. Who do you think's your best here?
Yeah, good question. We've got 2 mares in the 4th. Hard to split, to be honest. Cinematics coming back with Bleeded on, drawn low, and here the crowds between failed last start, but could make it back to the winner's stall. So looking forward to that race.
Good luck here.
Thank you.
Moving into the stalls, getting set for the first. Midnight in Minori is the first one in. Mini Angel, $3.10 to $3 on a VOP. Good idea, Timmy. Thank you very much for that. And hi to the team in the studio, and welcome everyone to the first race of the Saturday. Get sets. Well, I've sent the team with us as well. So getting set for this Saturday. It's going to be a really interesting day. Of course, Blake leading the apprenticeship by 5 wins with 25 races to go, leaving Las Vegas about to join one of the chances here for Craig Williams to try and get one back here in the Open. That's been inconsistent, but a couple of horses bursting for wins here, leaving Las Vegas, and also Mini Angel. Now, coming forward is Princess Painted, the debutantes. 5 Princess Painted with Blake Shin aboard. And Kazi is going to be in the final class. So, the outlaw today, soft 5. Here's set the first. Vegas was midfield away, no speed cars. Velocity jumped well with Mini Angel. And on the outside, James Jono isn't too far away from the action, so almost a line of 3 after 200 metres. Leaving Las Vegas drives up to get to fourth on the inside of Princess Painter. And he came along the inside, Midnight Minori from Beta, who's over racing on debut. Rockdom Jules next and 2 for the back of the Taylor's Carty. Around the island, they go with 850 metres to go. James Jono eventually there, 3/4 of the length, Mini Angel, Velocity. Took the trail, through the inside, leaving Las Vegas 4th, 1 off the fence. 2.5 lengths, Midnight and Minori, and then came Princess Payton, 2 lengths, Rockdom Jules, Beta, and last of all, Cardi. Screen for home, 550 metres to run. And this leader, James Jono, led out by another length to Mini Angel. They were followed by Velocity and leaving Las Vegas brought towards the middle of the course in plenty of air under hands and heels from Williams. And they get 3 lengths in front of anything else, headed by Rockdom Jules. It's Mini Angel trying to get past James Jono over 200 metres, leaving Las Vegas to the outside. Battle time still in the half, and James Jono's kicking with 100 metres to go, leaving Las Vegas on one race, trying to pick up James Jono. James Jono leaving Las Vegas had to go and made it interesting. Photo finish between the two of them. James Jono leaving Las Vegas, Rockdom Jules, Mini Angel behind them. Beta not a bad run through the lane. Then Velocity, Midnight and Minori, Princess Payton, and at the tail car. Stand by, leaving Las Vegas having a go at James Jono. And may have put their head up at the wrong time. James Jono put their head down and will get up. James Jono on the inside will win by a nostril. Leaving Las Vegas has put their head up and James Jono has put their head down. Right on the post to just for here, the Archie Alexander and Declan Bates. Nose out, leaving Las Vegas, number 4, 2 leading 4, Brad Williams, Philip Stokes on the second run. And we stand by for third. That'll be a photo finish as well. James Jono on the inside, that's been a good fighting win. And just had to defend them off at the early stage, got a couple of cheap splits. And it's the first one to attack him straight and then leaving Las Vegas, who really may have even thrown it away.
We'll get the results first. Lewis, welcome back, Lewis. Six Eagle Farm, Lewis. Best of luck, bro.
A great chance. Number 2, Grand Torino. He certainly looks a lot better than his form suggests. Paul Jenkins and Jaden Lloyd, barrier 1. He does, doesn't he? Looks nice and alert as well. Last start, he did a little bit of work down the back there at Sunshine Coast, but sort of weakened right out of it. A poor performance, so not sure how to assess him here. Happy to watch. He did pull up having cast in place, so maybe some little excuse there. Number 3, Hemeros for James Ponsonby and Kyle Wilson Taylor. Still
No,
after 31
Eagle came in
starts.
much later, Lewis. I
Ten placings
did
from
the
31 over. I had a look at the first up
Sandown hillside.
Drew a little bit wide, but in the main had pretty much every chance. And then at Newcastle last start, finished 5th of 11. And I got settled handy enough to them in about midfield position. Didn't really make an impression in the straight. So, yeah, hard to recommend on the win line, but should be around the money somewhere on that Newcastle run.
Number 4, Ormond Road for Jamie Bayliss and Jake Bayliss. Probably just needs to improve a touch.
Yeah, it's only the one placing from 11, but there's been a lot of 4ths and 5ths as well. Last start was 4th at Ipswich behind Chase and Penny, beaten about 4. Seven last that day and managed to drop into 3rd very late and can run over a little bit further. So the distance is certainly right and can certainly run a place again.
The 5, Gas Brigade for Robert Heathcote and Bailey Wheeler. Looked up the race, shot the bits at the Gold Coast last up, but ran out of gas.
He did. He led there, but didn't get a lot of pace and then went for home. So, yeah, clearly he was out of fuel the last 100, but maybe sort of a more conservative ride here. Just wait a little bit longer. I think he's definitely top 3 material. His form says that. He's had only 8 starts for 4 placings.
Let's have a look at our top pick, Maxi. Number 6, Atomic goes in for David Van Dyke and Bubba Tilly. She's stepping up from 1400 to the 1800 today.
Yes, she's a lightly raced 3-year-old filly by Stefanos, who was a decent 2,000-metre Japanese horse. And I think the distance is right. She's stepping up a fair way in trip, 14 to 1800, but was strong last start, went 7 behind Meltdown. Was actually taking some ground off Meltdown late, and from memory there was a bit of a gap back to 3rd, so she got it ahead of her, whereas the others have been sort of battling to win, so clearly she's got a great chance.
And rule number 7, Wimaway. Givenchy Jones, a little kick along that she's after here for Billy Healy.
Well, the 2 runs back have been okay. Finds another suitable maiden. Last start sat just off the winner, Lina's rear, and they went very slowly through the first half, so was totally leader dominated. She sat 2nd and performed as well as she did there, as she did first up, so she's in pretty good form.
Okay, Maxi, the first race not too far away. Casterly Rock has held his spot at the top of the market. What are the numbers in the first?
I'm just doing a quick tally of that jockey's premiership between the girls and 64, Paul, so I'll put that down. And Emily is 82. There's only a couple of...
There's 3 meetings to go, Maxi. Today is going to be all important to set things up for the next week.
Yep. And Ange is on Wimaway here. Emily doesn't have a ride in the first. But the one with Atomic goes in, the 3-year-old filly for David Van Dyke and Bubba Tilly. She's only had the 4 starts, looking good at her last 2, so I think she's ready to break through. Definitely Casterly Rock. He can run the distance. Small field suits. We won't have to expend any of the energy there from a good draw. Got 7 in the mix, Wimaway, and then number 5, Gas Brigade, 6175.
I'm almost the exact same, Maxi. 6, 1, 5 and 7. We're both with Atomic goes, and there should be some upside coming. The risk is 1400 to 1800. She's just got to switch off and settle. She's just a little bit buzzy, I suppose is the best word to describe her in the yard, but hopefully once those gates open, she drops the head and relaxes. Number 1, Casterly Rock gets his chance. The 5, Gas Brigade. That's your money horse. We'll get to Anthony in a tick. And 7, Wimaway. I've got doubts over that Ipswich form, but she looked terrific. I've got to say that. So 6, 1, 5 and 7. Anthony Manton, can you help us out a little bit? Casterly Rock, I thought he might be a lay of the day if we did a midweek lay, but he seems to be holding his mark at the top.
$3. He really hasn't budged. Sort of $2.90, $2.80 there for much of betting. Just $3 now, but by far the most popular run. About 40% of all bets on Casterly Rock. Gas Brigade into $3.10. Wimaway $4.80 and Atomic Goizen. I think the pronunciation is Atomic Goizen. I've got it on good authority from the owner who's texted me. And it's a $5 chance. Ormond Road at $14. But Casterly Rock, yeah, firm favourite despite that poor winning strike rate. Last few loading. Let's get straight to David for the call. The third, can he whip up? $5. Yes.
Gas Brigade coming up on the road is right. The Eros is about to come up against Ponsonby Visitor. Complete the line. Set to go. Red lights at the 1800. First of eight. Movement from Ormond Road. Settled better now, and they're away. And Ormond Road was slow to move, missed it by 2 lengths. Move away, the first one out. Showing speed as Gas Brigade into second. Atomic Cruiser going forward on their outside. 2 lengths away next as they settle down, going to the back straight to Casterly Rock, who's fourth on the outside of Gran Torino, fifth the rail. Further back to Henderos and Ormond Road has gone back to last. So Wibberway took it up, 1,300 metres left to run with the neck arched. Atomic goes in second spot, and third the inside is Gas Brigade with cover today. 2 lengths away to Casterly Rock, fourth the outside of Gran Torino. 1.5 away, second last to Henderos, and last the inside is Ormond Road. As we expect for a field of 7 maidens over 1,800, the tempo is only fair. 950 metres left to run as they head off the back straight. Wibberway in front, allowed to dictate terms in front, leading by a length. Atomic goes in second, and third the inside is Gas Brigade. 1 length away, Casterly Rock in fourth, then Gran Torino, taking shortcuts on the inside, fifth, and Hamiros. And last of all is Ormond Road, still about 6 lengths off the leader. 650 metres left to run. Wibberway in front, 3/4 clear. Up on the outside, Atomic goes in second, and third the inside is Gas Brigade. And then followed to the outside down Casterly Rock. Peels out 3 deep at the point of the bend. Gran Torino behind those, then Hemiros and Ormond Road is last of all. Wibberway top the straight, a narrow leader from Atomic goes in. Up on the outside, Casterly Rock.
Come on,
Hemiros and
6.
Ormond Road, and next is Gran Torino. Gas Brigade is pretty one paced in behind them. 150 left to run. It's Atomic goes in, Wibberway and Casterly Rock, and then followed Gas Brigade. 4 of them coming to the line. Casterly Rock's doing enough. Casterly Rock might have just won it here from Gas Brigade, who rallied late. 30 was in the Wibberway, and 4th Atomic.
All right, so what happened here is the 9 did not win. Instead, the 2 did. We spoke about the 2. The thing is, it's a very premature thing to speak about this, but I had a hunch here at this particular track. We've been racing back to back. Okay, last week also we raced here at Sandown, Hillside. We just need to be sure. We need a few more races with the maidens here. At Sandown, we'll get a clear understanding. So what is happening is when we are looking through the DICR and we see that thing, this is where it is. And if you note, all of them are fillies. Okay. All of them are fillies. These 4 horses through DICR are all fillies. And unfortunately, none of them actually got through. The result is 2495. So 24, then 9, and then 5. So everything went to the gildings. Why this happened and what does this mean? So there's another segment that I will add, but it is not yet here. So what happens basically is in the Victorian racing, there is a 3 kilograms of concession to the fillies. That means they are carrying 3 kilograms lesser than the gildings and the colts. Here, generally that is the structure, but if you look here, it is about 2 kilograms that is showing here. All right, that's 2 kilograms. This is 56, this is 58. So the other 1 kilo is somewhere through the handicapping. Now what happens is, this is something that I had this is something which is a pattern here. Even last time when we were racing, I was not able to figure out why the fillies, especially in the maiden, when it is a filly and gilding race, they're not able to compete. Why? Because of that. It does not make them a bad horse, right? It does not make them a bad horse. It is just a disadvantage of being a filly. At times, that's what the thing is. So we'll go to the next and we'll see what's going on. This is a 2-year-old filly. All right. This is all 2-year-old fillies. The thing is 1, 10, 11, 12. If we look through the odds, it's 1, 10, 11, 12. If we look through the rails, we get the one on top. Now, that's one side of looking at it. Now, if we look at the leverage, that's a 23. I'm not in. This is the highest that we have seen on Saturday at Rose Hill was probably a 14%. This is on a 23%. All right. This is a good horse. There's no doubt. Now, here is the thing that needs to be understood clearly. If we can see this, somebody who has made this has made with an intent. Now, that 23% on, look at that pressure, that is 111%. How is that going to work? I don't know, but it is definitely not, it is, winning is very difficult with this. Winning is very difficult with this. And then we have these horses which has never been into racing, and I don't know how those things will work, but one winning is difficult. That's also a thing. They have been on a losing spree. They're kind of bleeding financially. So they have 12, they have 11, they have 10. All that is fair. All that is fair. And this is the second linear which is here. I don't have much understanding of this one because there's a data loss on this, and probably even if it has the rails, I don't know. Even if it has the rails, I don't know. All right. And it looks like the jockey has not raced here ever. All right. The jockey did not race here. It's at 32 by 28, which the chances are I don't know what, but it is in very good hands. And it is also tailing 10 and 9. But this is difficult to happen. All right. If we have to take a call, the 10 has one race. It did not do anything. It has a very good jockey. All that is good. But it is probably the worst. Yes. It is the lowest. That is the highest. All right. And then it is 2, which is 4. Then it is 3, which is also 4. But the difference between 2 and 3 is 2 is a 32 by 28. This one is a 37 by 33, which makes it a neutral. So 3 is a check. It has also been to a league race. And the other one is 12, which is here. Now, if we look through this, then we get the 2, 13.6, which is for that again very high. 3 is 9, which is okay. And they are all tailing. So this 3, I don't know about 1. I'm not going to go do anything with 1. I'm going to put a EW on 3 if the 3 doesn't get tailed. If the 3 doesn't get tailed. 37, 39, 38. And now you see, now you see they're all in tandem, okay? They're all fillies, but the one, like it is showing 39 by 38, it is showing the right figure. Here it was not. They're all fillies. That's why there is a dearth of weight. They don't have weight to carry. That's the one, okay? Is the first one through the rails, and that is how it looks like. And then comes 3, then comes 12, 11, 10. This is way too high. 2, I don't know if it has the rails or the physics, I don't know, but it is definitely in a very good hands. 3 is also in a very good hand. And that's what it looks like. So I'm going to go with a 3 EW if the 3 doesn't get tailed.
Yep. Yeah. That's a little bit of a look. Yeah. I'll do a little look for. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. No, that's yeah. I'll be brief. Whatever. Yeah. Yep. That's fine. I'll be brief. Yes, John, and there's only the one riding alteration you need in race 8, number 9, Prince of Nottingham, was Logan Bates, and in the last 15, Sir Rattlers to sit more forward, and 16, McGarten also going forward. Best bet for me is race 4, number 3, Silver Clip, will work across from that wide alley. Is just going great guns with the Patrick Ryan yard. At best value, race 3, number 6, Bonnie Amore. As far as Bonnie is concerned, I reckon we go wide first couple of legs. First leg difficult at 2,400 metres. 1 Dashwood, 2 The Cunning Fox, 5 Rosso, 10 Malachi, and 13 Piplup. Into 1 Icy Pole, 2 Bet Witchery, 4 Double Pie, 8 Home Zone, 13 Miss Castle Vecchio, and 16 Simply Outrageous. Into 1 Rogue Rocker, 4 Impending Lincoln, 6 New Sovereign. And the final leg, I think you can stick down towards the bottom there. With 14 Farnborough, 15 Sir Atlas, and 16 McGarten. And the first race today, it was taken out, if you've just joined us, by James Jono at a double figure price. Our second race on the card for the 2-year-old fillies, we'll have a look at shortly.
Lewis 2, Canterbury.
Beautiful baby, and also inspirational lass. Inspirational lass, and idle on by, idle on by, idle on by, idle on by, tis worthy, idle on by, tis worthy, and salute. Second race is for the 2-year-old fillies, saluted with Logan Bates aboard, gets in with 56 kilos and was beaten less than a length by Miss Olay here at Sandown, but that represents good form after winning well on a softer track over 1,000 metres at Moonee Valley in April. So she's obviously shown us the ability so far. There's nibbles at a few of these. Tisworthy is 15 to 12 with bookmakers. Shahar is 750 into 650. Shinjin is 850 into 8, and Talinga's Immortal is 14 into 12 on BOP. So they're prepared to nibble away at a couple of the others. Shahar with Craig Williams aboard comes back in grade after a midfield effort in Saturday grade behind Son of Kirk. Shinjin is an interesting filly by Schnitzel with Blake Shin aboard for Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman. And there has been a little bit of interest, 850 to 750 for Shinjin, but saluted all the rage as we now hear from Mark. Saluted Shinjina, saluted Shinjina, saluted Shinjina, and also idle on by, 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 tis worthy, and beautiful Bevy, inspirational lass, and Shahar, and our popular Billy, and Talinga's Immortal.
The first stage to this massive amount of experience.
Couple of other runners for the day. Who do you think's your best chance?
Great customers having probably
Inspirational lapses there, with also idle by.
Autumn Trump's kicking off, so hopefully both on one.
Good luck here.
Thank you.
Up against the rest of the two, the LSC membership field, the thrill handicap there at the gates. So we've got Saluted down there, with also idle on by popular Toledo's on board, and also Tis Worthy and Beautiful Betty at Stores. Moving into the stores. Toledo's on board was the first one forward, with also popular. Terrific job, so lightweight tumbling here at Sandown. It's going to be given to on the left side. I think it's one of the second race for the 2-year-olds. But always this time of year, it's interesting to see these 2-year-old races to see what we unearth with the spring not too far away. Tis Worthy comes along, salute in the hands of the clerk of the course. So we currently sit on a soft 5 with a little light rain tumbling here now at Sandown. Beautiful Baby goes to the gates. Beautiful Baby is forwards. Saluted total into $1.70. Now, Gina, who has gripped it, she take her towards to the back of the ship. She's been pretty relaxed having said all of that. Beautiful Baby is in. Inspirational lap is forwards. The odds on favourite Saluted, who touches high as 170 with official books, but now $1.60. And just wants to stand sideways to the gate at the moment of the favourite Saluted. Just a little bit on the flying side. Billy standing patiently, but also Tis Worthy. So, Saluted at this stage just not quite playing the game, and Gina as well is just waltzing around out behind the stores. can see the fields for Caulfield on Saturday and Shin Williams Showdown kicks off very early on indeed. The 2-year-old race there with Cherish Me, written by Craig Williams. And also the second linked in the race to written by Blake Shin. Williams Victor there at Murray Bridge in LA Dancer. So there's certainly working the phones well, boys. Now, Gina is going to be the last. They're just working with Saluted, but from what I can make out, Saluted has been placed in the battle. The boys have won the battle. And Gina is the last one forward, go straight in. Saluted just bouncing about next door. Starter has them. Ready to run. Odds on favourite, one from the outside. That's it. Racing. Saluted jumped away pretty well. Gina out to pass her, jumped away quickly with Saluted. Then driving through on the inside. Shahar with great speed. Gina led Shahar Saluted. They were followed by Beautiful Berry and then came on the inside. The Lingers of Immortal. Further back is Idolon by and Tis Worthy, Inspirational, Last Fire, Popular, and three further back and Billy as they charge around the turn. 500 metres to go, Shahar on the inside of Gina, and then 2 lengths in front of Beautiful Berry. Saluted up the middle, the Lingers of the Lord next on the rails, followed by Tinsworthy, and our deeper on the track is Idolon by, who's about 3 off the lead, but it's coming on, but Gina, hands and heels, 200 metres to go, led by 3/4 with Saluted, giving chase, Gina a half length in front of Saluted, and Tinsworthy's going to make it interesting, but it's running all over the dance floor, Gina, Saluted, and Tinsworthy coming up.
3.
Beautiful Billy, then came Inspirational Last and Popular Last. Little bit wayward under Jamie Miller, but eventually straightened up near the line, concentrated close to the post and beat them all. Tis Worthy. Number 3 at $19.40 and $2.90 has defeated Saluted and Shinjina. 3, 1, 11 across the line. The running of the second event, 3, 1, and 11. Tisworth.
She goes okay, Cryptic Beauty.
And the 10.
So what happened is, I don't know about the fourth one. It'll take some time to get updated. So that is a little too much. Okay. That is a little too much. That is a little too much. But it is a 270. It's a very good horse. But, you know, for winning, generally we are looking at an average which is about anywhere 10 to 14%, if that is on the pace side. But if it is not on the pace, then the lower the better. But the thing is, what happened here is this was on 23. 11 we had no numbers because that is anyway the EW. The other thing which was in between is this 3. And if we look at how that thing is, then we have 1 which is at 23, then this one, the 2, which was at almost 14. All right, those two are almost neck to, I mean, this one is at 14%, this one is at 24 actually, 23.8. It is like on 24%, this is on 14%. And then this one with a league race, it was on about 10%. So that, I think, is what it is. Other than that, everything is good. Without the numbers, it is difficult to understand where they stand. I played an EW on 3. That's all that I did. Take the odds for the third one. 7, 9, 10 all scratched. Two, 3, 1, 4.
Slightly more money now, 225. So we firmed again. That's as short as we've been throughout betting, guys.
All right, thanks for that, Anthony. Yeah, you can see here on the QAP, Yo-Yo Easy has been the late firmer as the first horse loads for race number 2 here at Eagle Farm today. Of course, we're all eyes on Ange Jones, Emily Lang, the battle for the Metropolitan Jockeys Premiership. Ange is in front by 2 at the moment. There's only 3 city meetings.
3, 1, 11, 12, the last one.
Ange is on Cryptic Beauty here, and Emily is on Immediate. So Emily probably favoured to get the job done here, Maxi.
Yes, so yeah, these girls have been having a battle for a while. Emily back today after a suspension, and Anne's waiting to get that next winner, which has proven to be a little bit elusive over the last couple.
It's been very elusive for Anne. I think she had about 5 placings on Saturday, and to be fair, she rode them all perfectly. They just found 1 or 2 better every time that they went around. And in the first race here today, you couldn't have ridden Wimaway any better, but she can find a way to get beat, or at least find 1 or 2 better. Now here's Yo-Yo Easy. He's not easy by any stretch, Maxi, but he's going in.
No, well, he's gone, and he's got that barrier blanket on today. And we had Immediate. She'd been a little bit reluctant to go up at the first attempt, but Emily's got her on the move, so we're getting close.
Let's go to Mitch.
Immediate. It's been a great betting stoush between this pair as Northern Eagle's about to come up and complete the line. Second race, 1,000 metres, as Northern
Fizzy, welcome back.
Relax. Set. In the racing, Yo-Yo Easy was second in stride. Cryptic Beauty won the break. Now Immediate's in the back half of the field and wide. Yo-Yo Easy's going to slip through and take it up from Cryptic Beauty after a furlong. A length and a half away, Equine Art in third, and then followed Magical Eye. Immediate's got to fifth now, then Northern
Hey,
Eagle
PZ.
today. Atlantic Lace, and last of all is Here's the Kiss. Yo-Yo Easy in front, leading by 3 parts of a length. The Cryptic Beauty in second. Equine Art in third, and then Magical Eye to the outside Immediate, with Spot the leader 4 at the point of the bend. Northern Eagle, I'll tell you tonight, Atlantic Lace, and Here's the Kiss. Yo-Yo Easy at the 300, about 2 lengths clear from Cryptic Beauty. Equine Art, Immediate's not doing enough at the moment. It's Yo-Yo Easy in front, 200 metres left to run. Still 3 clear from Cryptic Beauty. They all try hard, it's all in vain. It's all Yo-Yo Easy. All too easy. Yo-Yo Easy won it by 3. Cryptic Beauty second. 4 away, Equine Art in third. Immediate fourth. Then Here's the Kiss, Northern Eagle, I'll tell you tonight, Magical Eye, and Atlantic Lace.
Well, on that, he should have been $1.20. Should have been $1.20 on that. I know the parade.
And this is the third one here. And this was 1,000 meter, which was an open, but mostly maiden. But here, this is the 1,000 meter, which is a benchmark 70. If you look through the odds are 2, 3, 1, 4. 2 is the favorite, 3, 1, and 4. Okay. Now, the thing is this, if we look through the leverage again, then 2 comes on 15. Winning is difficult. Winning is difficult. On a benchmark, 70, winning is difficult. If we look through this, then we get that 4 on top, but that 4 is like a drop 43.5, 1.5, approximately 1.57 something. But it has the rails. That's the thing. That is the thing. So what is possible is this one will get in. It is not that it will not get in. It is not that it will not get in. It will get in, but winning is a little difficult thing. It's a 34 by 37 and 3 is 36 by 35 by 9, and it's a 0-0. It means it's like no drop. That's like if I put this into decimal, it'll probably show the 35.9. It's showing 36, but it's all the same. There's no drop. It is 0-0 here. And that's the second highest leverage. That's the second highest leverage. Okay. And the one which is here, 5-year-old, 41, 45, 4.3. Should have, there's going to be pace, all right? So you need some amount of something. So this one should have been on 1, is on 5, which makes it this third, which makes it the third linear here. The 3 is the second linear. What is the difference? The difference is in the pressure. It is 25, that is 5, but it has a lot of advantage on other side. So yeah, those things are possible. It is probably 3, 2, 1, something on those lines, because those are all tailing gates. I don't know what 4 will do. 4 has a drop, but if we have to take a winning position, then 2 has the physics, it will get in, but that is a weight little too much, 15%. All right, 15%. Now let's try and understand what is the difference between this 15% and this 23%. So here we had a 39. Okay, a 39 was on a 23%. Here this is a 34, which is on a 15%, which doesn't bring in clarity, I understand, but to easily understand this is that this is a BB. It is probably the best BB, all right? BB is the body balance. That means it's a heavyweight horse. Here is the other thing, we need to call this something else. We cannot call this bias. We need to call this something else. I don't know what we should call it, but at this point of time, we are calling it bias. But here is the thing. If you do a little mathematics and understand how the weights are assigned, you can Google it, you can do AI, you can do whatever, but in general, the thumb rule is it is from 10 to 15% of the body weight. It is about 10 to 15% of the body weight. That is the thumb rule standard. The weight that it is carrying is about 10 to 15% of the body weight. Now, higher the leverage, if it goes higher than that, then the body weight is higher, obviously. And if it goes down, then the body weight is low. So that is exactly what we've been trying to figure out through this body balance. This is not accurate, but we do get some serious results through this body balance. And that's more or less my take on this. And this 2 is at 15. All right, 2 is at 15. If we look at the BB, it's at 171. This is a 167. This is at 15. This is at 10. So obviously this is lower. That means it has a better body weight. It has a better calibrated body weight. It is like that. I cannot put it in kilograms, but that's what the things are. So out of these two, I think 3 is the one. Out of these two. Now the other problematic area is the 1. All right, the 1 is a very, very problematic area, because that's a BB. That's one of the highest spell. That 1, okay, 41, and the 4 is 45 by 43. But here is the twist. This one should have been on 5. It is on 14, which is a increment of 8. So the leverage is less. I mean, here I went with the third leverage. Because those two were out of which. Why? Because this was at 14 and this was at 24, and this was, I was not sure, because this is missing here. But here it is not that. Okay, so they are pretty much in the game. So if, let's say, we are talking about 3, which is a 36 by 35, 0, 0. Okay, the 1 is an increment, 40 to 41.5, and this one is a drop. So let's say, even if we call that a drop, and the leverage is not there, this thing is very prepared. The 1 is very prepared. It has both side of the rails. It has everything. The only thing that it doesn't have is the leverage. But if talking about leverage, if it doesn't have the leverage, it is probably the lowest. It is there in the it is there in the game. Somehow it'll, all that will work. It is like this. It is probably 3 to 1 on those lines, or 3, 1, 2, something on those lines. And I'm just worried that it doesn't get flipped and goes to 1 because of the increment here. And it has been to league races and all that. So we've seen that with the presence of league race, it makes a lot of difference in how things can go upside down. It has league races. I like the 3, but the 1 is a dangerous one. I like 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. 6 is the neutral PC. 6 doesn't have so-called any advantage or disadvantage, but plus it is like this PC. They are defaulters of, they're the champions. They kind of like that. The thing is, here the 3 had that, the heat Okay. Here the 6 also has the heat. Here the 6 also has the heat. It is at 3, but it is not a BB. These two are BBs. Same. 167, 167. This is at 10. This is at 7. This is like that. This is like that. 35, 36. This is a drop 2s. This stays neutral. Still, PC6. These two are probably identical horses. These two are probably identical horses. Both have advantage and disadvantage in its own ways. Right? The 6, it's not that the 6 doesn't have advantage. The 6 has advantage. The 6 has advantage. If we talk about the advantage, it is like it should have been on -4 and it is on 3. 3 should have been on 14, it is on 25. It's 1,000 meter. The pressure should play. We'll see how it works. The closest one on Rose Hill that, I mean, the highest leverage that actually worked on Rose Hill was about 14% that Tuna got the other day was the horse number 9. That was on 14. That was Rose Hill. Here today we are talking about Sandown. This one is at 15%. Hello, man. Welcome back. Sandown, bro. This bias.
Chiquito, yeah. Chiquito. Well, I guess if the toppy's Kiko, it's Chiquito, isn't it? The hot first up horse, John Takiko, 2 from 2, a last out winner of Mooney Valley back in February. She's got good talent. She holds sway here ahead of Kiko, number 1, who is down in grade after her efforts last preparation. She's had 6 goes at the trip for a win and 4 minor placings. Bonnie Amore is a real drifter. Get a guide through Regal Secret, who Takiko was placed behind back in January, and Bonnie Amore was able to beat Regal Secret last time on Pakenham Synthetic, but a real drifter here. Sue Spirit has good speed. But all the rain cheers to Kiko as we get the thoughts of Mark. On the track for race 3, the Evergreen Turf over the 1,000 metres, due in 4 from now. This is Archibald Kiko, and also Bella Chiquay. Bella Chiquay, Bonnie Amore, and Bonnaroo. Bonnie Amore, Bonnaroo, Kiko, Mrs. Archibald to Kiko. Sue Spirit.
Man, it's getting tailed.
Great to be joined by Jerome as always. Thank you for your time, Jerry. I thought Sue Spirit was operated beautifully here. She looks a big, strong man.
Yeah, I think that's a big, she's such a big, early type of horse. She's only got now 10 days and 20 months, but definitely.
Looking at it physically, that's what I commented on in the yard. It might actually be beneficial for her. So I would imagine that it would be hard enough.
It's getting tailed. The 3 is getting tailed. Whack.
Swim a lot, just try and keep the weight up as much as possible.
She's putting together a lovely record. She's only lightly raced with the 10 starts so far for 3 wins and 3 placings. She must be making nice natural progression and just picking off those races like she did at Bendigo recently.
Yeah, look, I think just trying to get her to go for a grade a bit. She hit the synthetic and hated it, so just trying. We know now that's one thing we can't go to. So, and we know she can with wet. So, this time there's a lot of
Conditions seem to suit her nicely today with the soft arm track. You have drawn a little bit wide, coming a bit with the destruction in what is now a pretty small field.
Yeah, look, I think the favourite's the one to beat. You know, it's a really progressive type of horse. It's intriguing and so. Yeah, I think she had to put a foot wrong from last start. It was a gutsy win on a really good track. So, looking forward to see how she goes in town.
You've also got Nevada in later on today, hasn't it?
Man, I'll be out.
Still a bad barrier.
3 is getting tailed. I don't know what is this going to get into. If it doesn't run, then how will it win? That's not a good sign.
Terrific, John. We've got a couple of stragglers down there at the 1,000 metres. Shoots Spirit, Clark, of course, and also Bonnaroo.
No bet, no bet, no bet. PC.
The Evergreen Serve handicap for the Phyllis Bear.
Can go wild.
Sitting on the Galaxy Way, 550 to 440, and Spirit 5 60. The March River is holding away. Body away 750 out to 14, completely on water. Moving it. Getting set to Kiko, coming along with also Bonnaroo, and also Kiko in line. So Sue Spirit to join them with also Bonnie away for a race for the 3 of the 1,000 metre journey. And also support the second of the Galaxy Way. Loading in with Harrington. Four to a 70, so one by 16 degrees. So it was 70 for Sue Spirit. Coming along now, the field is set, race to the 3 again, we go 1,000 metres. Here racing and Kiko jumped away pretty well, but not as fast as Kiko past the middle. Kiko is going in the lead from Bellachink Way and also driving through between horses is Bonnie Allway. Then Sue Spirit the outside, next to the field is Mrs. Archibald from Kiko, and 5 lengths away at the end, Bonnaroo. So Kiko is the leader by a length to a wall of them, Bonnie Allway to the centre, Bellachink Way to the pink jacket, Mrs. Archibald is on the inside, and Sue Spirit Diva. They're also next in the field by Kiko, who's the widest, and Bonnaroo is tacked on, and it's getting up along the inside. So they reach the 400 metres, where the leader is to Kiko by a length. 2 in second, Bellachink Way, Mrs. Archibald, and Kiko right down the other. So it's to Kiko at 150, challenged by Kiko. Kiko to the line hard, and Kiko.
1, 1, 2, 4, and 3. No, 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Mark Ritter finished a long last.
1, 2, 4, and 5. The 3 got tailed. Bad.
Including a fifth of a grand handicap behind him, there's another 20 cheese support comes out of that race.
Kiko beats Kiko. Man, that one was there from the beginning. I had to take a call between the 1 and the 3. I like the 3, but the 3 got tailed. So here is what happened. The 1 had the league races. It is the 1 with the increment, okay? 1 is the 1 which is with the increment. 3 was here, which was a neutral, without a fall or without a increment. Had the right pressure, but it got tailed. It got tailed. So, the linear is good, but again, beyond 14%, I think if we take a look at what happened at Rose Hill, the one that I'm actually talking about, that Tuna got, okay? So Tuna got this one, the 9, okay? Which was at 14% here, which was at 14. This was the highest. This was the highest. Then it's all below that. So this is, this we did on Saturday. We were talking everything, and then Tuna was on this, and he said, I like the 9, and the 9 actually won. That was stable, 37 by 37. Maybe there's a little drop. We can get it through the decimal points, but bottom line is this was the highest. So this is something that we have seen at Rose Hill. Here, this was 15%. Plus, it did not have, it had one side of the rails, the other side was not there, missing. This one had the physics. This one, I was really scared of this one, because this one had the physics. And this one was supposed to be on 1, it is on 5. That is the lowest. That is the lowest. Okay. So ideally, that's the second position. If 3 was not getting tailed, then it would have been 3, 1, and 2. It would have been 3, 1, and 2 if the 3 did not get tailed. But the 3 did get tailed. That changed the entire dynamics. Four has been scratched. Eight, 3, 6, 2.
Typical Aussie, but I'm sure that's not how it's supposed to be said. But we'll go lone artist ahead of Velozes, the 5. I don't think there'll be much between them, and she just paraded so well. She's a big, strong mare. The 1, Gen Chick Boom, she's consistent. She gets the claim. And number 7, Glass of Rose, the quiet achiever in the field at $21. Wouldn't surprise me if she gave a few of these a fright. So 4, 5, 1, and 7 for me. Anthony Manton. He's a race caller as well. He'll know how to pronounce a few of these better than I do. Anthony, can you help us out? Race number 3.
Velozes, I'd only be guessing, but Velozes has been very well back. I can tell you that much. This has been relentless. It's in the $2.30 now on tap fixed. Odds was close to sort of 340, 360 when you guys started to preview a couple of hours ago, and holds 60% of all bets. So this has been relentless for the 5 Velozes. 230, that's as short as we've been. Lone Artist at 310. Genchick Boom at $4.60. It's actually more money on Genchick Boom compared to Lone Artist. So Lone Artist, we are struggling to lay even at the 310. And Rashford, $7.50. All about Velozes here, heavily back.
Is Portuguese plural adjective for fast or swift?
There you go. We still don't know how to pronounce it.
No, I know what it means. Yes, yeah. Okay, so it means fast or swift in Portuguese, by the looks.
There's an app that pronounces words, but I never agree with it, so there's no use.
Well, the problem is, it depends on which one you get. They're all different, so.
There are, exactly. A couple of ones we've debated in the past I'm never quite satisfied with. So I'm going to go with your pronunciation. It sounded really good, so I can't reproduce it. I like it. So that's what we're going with. Well, Mitch Manners, we'll see how he pronounces number 5 in a minute, because should be right up on the speed throughout. She's going to start favourite. So let's get up to Mitch now. Race number 3.
There, Nashville Willow rode on that occasion. Nick Bolton here. Rock solid on the second line of betting. Genchick Boom. It's $4 on the third line. So Pierre Cardinigan goes up. Down to the final 2 now. The Golden pair to get ready. Genchick Boom and Velozes. It's number 3 of the afternoon. Smart win in the previous by Yo-Yo Yeezy by 3 1/4. Ran time 2:56.82 and home in 33.10. Race time 300 of a second outside the class record. Here's Velozes about to come up. It'll be a little bit iffy away from the stalls. The last to load today to a middle gate. We're just about ready to run. Light on at the 1400. Set. Racing now. She was okay into stride. She's going to muster good speed, Velozes, and shortly after the start, she'll take it up from the stablemate Genchick Boom. Glass of Rosé settles 3rd, and Lone Artist is 4th. A length and a half away to Clubhouse, Pierre Cardinigan, and Rashford has gone back to the tail. Hitting that first turn now, 1,000 metres left to run. And she just wants to over-race a fraction in front, Velozes. Jones trying to steady up in front, leads by 3/4 to Genchick Boom in 2nd. 3 parts of a length away, Glass of Rosé in 3rd. Lone Artist in 4th on the outside. 1 out, 1 back, so to speak. Pierre Cardinigan's racing in a 3 wide line on the outside of Rashford the middle and Clubhouse the rail. 650 metres left to run, and Velozes really backed it off there. Leads by a head to Genchick Boom, and all of a sudden, Lone Artist makes a line of 3 at the point of the bend, and they pack right up. Next to the outside, Pierre Cardinigan with Rashford, then Glass of Rosé and Clubhouse. Velozes at the 350 at the top of the straight just from Genchick Boom and Lone Artist. Rashford 4 out, then Glass of Rosé, and next Pierre Cardinigan. Velozes just at the 200 from Genchick Boom. Lone Artist and Rashford out wider. Velozes digging in with 100 metres left to run. Lone Artist and Rashford are going to come very late, particularly Rashford. Velozes gripping on though. Velozes saw it out. Velozes beat Rashford, beat it a neck. 3rd Lone Artist and 4th
5.
Genchick Boom.
Right, so this is the 4th one. If we look through the odds, it's 8, 3, 6, and 2. If we look through the rails, then the 8 is here. Now, what is the 8? The 8 is basically this. It is the largest outer drift. It is the largest outer drift. It generally holds a 2nd position if played right, but that's what it is, and it is in the right position today. It is in the right position. This is from where they deliver. They don't deliver from up here. They deliver from here. So the 8 is good. It probably is the second. But here's the twist in the game. What is going on? So the 8 has a downfall. It's 3% down. The leverage is not high enough. We've got the leverage up here, which is these two, 1 and 3. Okay. Now, the difference between these two horses. So one is this one is a 41, that became 42. And this is a 40, which is trying to become a 42. It has been to a league race and all that. But having said that, this is a lot of advantage for a horse like this. All right. This is a lot of advantage. Now, what is the problem with this? The problem with this is the jock. The problem with this is the jock. No, 159, 46, 40, 47. The 7 is the linear. Okay. The 7 is the linear. This is also good. 44 by 42, not a huge fall. This is also good. It's a 1300 meter, correct? 42.1, 42.1. But this is a fall. This is a stay. This is a rise, actually. Still, this is higher. And this is the linear. It has both sides of the rails. It's got the physics to do this. And it has one of the best jocks. It has one of the best jocks. The 7 has the best jock. Why is the 7 not there within the 4? Is it after a long vacation? Let me just check. I'll just check it on this thing. Yes, 7 is 26 weeks. 7 is 26 weeks. That's not going to work. So 7 is 26 weeks. The question is 3 or 1, because this is quite deliverable. All right. 11%, 12% is quite deliverable. Now the call is, see, 8 is the outer drift. Is it good? It is good. It is one of the largest. All right. We can take this as a rating. If this is good, I call it a spell, but this is as good as ratings. It is a little more progressive than rating, but rating will talk about the past. This talks about what is there in the present in this race. So this is good, but there's a fault. So that becomes 40.2. This is 42.1. This is also 42.1. This is a linear. This is with the advantage. This one is after 26 weeks. And this one is stable. This is a hope. It has the rails. Can it get in? It can get in actually. It can get in if this one gets in. What is one? Let's see what is one. One is like 5 weeks ago, Sandown Lakeside. So yes, it is. It is in there, but it is in. The jockey has never raced here, so will not. I hope that jockey. I mean, I'm not worried about the jockey who wins every time. I'm worried about that jockey who has never raced here. Why is he here and what is he doing here? Is I don't know. But that is something to worry about. It's a thing, but the advantage is almost double here. 100%, more than 100%. 3, I think, is better. 8 has a fall. 7, which is the linear, is after 26 weeks. If that gets in and destroys the race, then there is nothing that can happen. That's a pinch of salt that we will have to take. Now, what are the other possibilities? These two are largest, okay? So 3 is an EW. 8 is the favorite. Things are quite messy. The 7 probably will get in some form. If the 9, which is here, which is the lowest, and with all that advantage, which is here, the 3 is good, 0. This leverage would have worked if there was a good jockey. It's not that 3 has a great jockey either. 8 has, on the contrary, a better jockey. 8 has, on the contrary, a better jockey. 7 is the best jock. Here, the problem with 3 is the jock. If the jock does anything funny, we are over. But if it, I don't think that this depends on the jock anyway. But I mean, having said that, if they do something absolutely anti what they should be doing, for example, if they start having a burger on the horse and not race and start dreaming, that is a bad idea. In that case, I don't know what will happen. They should not be doing anything anti. All that they have to do, the jock has to do, is just sit there, enjoy the ride. If that happens, then it is good. If that doesn't happen, then it is a problem. The 8 is good. The 8 is not bad, but I mean, if there is a leverage, the leverage is there for a reason. And we've been calling it bias, but let's call it system preference because that sounds more apt. Every system has a preference of its own. So that happens automatically if someone fine tunes it, then it is a personal preference. But the system definitely has a preference of its own. Every system has a preference. Kiko Beats. Kiko.
horses entering the yard for race 4, the Locket LED.au handicap. We've got a field of 8 with the scratching of number 4, Tango Jewel, entering 12 from now. Tuscany Silver Clip and Cinematic Star.
Araman 2, Canterbury.
Opportunity for Blake Shin to extend his lead in the premiership here with Craig Williams, his main danger. 5 off him and has a scratching here in Tango Jules. So Blake gets a free hit with Cinematic Star, who didn't handle the heavy 8 last time, but has been encouraging in better races before that. Silver Cliff, as you mentioned, John, it's won its last 2, is working through the grades, was doing a really good job. And here the crowd is given a strong chance as well. A Pakenham Class 1 winner 2 starts ago. And even though it finished 7th, was beaten a length last time at Sandown. So the favourite way is with Cinematic Star. For the 4th jockey's about to mount up. Just a little bit of light rain, just annoying rain falling at Sandown as we get the thoughts of Mark Hunter. On the law, Tuscany, Silver Cliff, and also Manhattan View, hear the crowd, and also Choice Witness, Silver Cliff, and also Manhattan View. Manhattan View, Queen of Tuscany, and Honour the Law, Queen of Tuscany, Honour the Law, Queen of Tuscany.
Again, the 3 is getting tailed. God, man.
Cinematic Star Stupid, I see the crowd, and also Choice Witness, Honour the Law, Silver Cliff, Choice Witness,
I like the 3, but the 3 is getting tailed, Adam, man. Look at that. Last time also the 3 got tailed. It did not do anything.
Looks identical to how I've seen it. All preparation looks like the weight is absolutely spot on. It's lovely and happy, very confident in the way she was parading. I really couldn't falter it. I thought she looked super. Honour the Laws are there that I've always got a lot of time for. She looks brilliant here. No surprise to see her bounce back after that last start here. And a couple of the others that look good. Choice Witness and Cinematic Star, but the 3 on top from the yard for me.
She's saying 3 is on top of the yard for her, but the 3 is getting tailed. You know, these lady horses getting tailed is a mystery. The lady horses getting tailed is a very bad mystery.
Thanks for your time, Pat. My comments were pre-race in the yard, but I thought it was basically rinse and repeat.
The
what
2.
I've seen for all prep. How do you feel like it's coming together?
2. See, right now, the scene is this, that the 3 is getting tailed. Okay. So if the 3 is getting tailed through the leverage point of view, you cannot ignore the 1. The 1 is quite deliverable. All right. The 1 is at 12%. It is not that the 1 cannot deliver. The problem with 1 is that it is with a jock who has never raced here. That's the problem with 1. 3 definitely had a mismatched jock, but I was willing to take that risk, but now it is getting tailed. 8 is the third one through the leverage. And then at the bottom, we have this one, which is again another EW, which is the 9. But they are almost the same. If we look at the reading here, then somehow the 7 gets there. The 7 is the linear. The 7 is not there within the odds. The 7 is pretty much open now. So but I'm not going to get into it. It became difficult after the three getting tailed. You know, if the three was not getting tailed, then it was okay, but now it is getting tailed. So 8 is the largest outer. It doesn't have the leverage. The leverage is with 1. The jockey has never raced here. Then it falls down here. So if these things work, then you are probably right. The 2 has advantage. If the 7 is after so many weeks, 26 weeks, then the 2 definitely has advantage. 2 in sand. I'll be out.
Moving. Cinematic start, supported favourite at 2 that makes sense. With the late money coming to the second favourite now, Silver Cliff on BOP at 390 to 350. Cinematic star going in, but also here the crowd. And the next one along is choice.
With 3 getting tailed, it got more complex. Anyway, this system is designed to defeat you. This thing is designed to defeat you. And now it got more complex.
Encouraging a couple of starts ago, it's pretty wet for last time. Just a little bit of moisture in the ground that run this soft fine. Silver Cliff number 3, things are a little bit affected down with that scratching of Tango Junior. It's probably going to drag it across from the outside and have to do its own work now. The race devoid of tempo. Now, I had view to join them, but also Silver Cliff's in the hands of the clerk of the course. Stupendous has gone up. Man, view joins them. So we're getting close to the Locket LED.au handicap of 1,300 metres. Silver Cliff goes in, and they're set. 1,300. And they're racing. Choice Witness from barrier number 212. Those beating from Silver Cliff on the outside.
Not happened. The 3 is getting tailed. See that one? That jockey has never raced here, but it is quite deliverable.
Cinematic start, early Queen of Tuscany, Choice Witness, bail away on the fence and it's thrashing the head around. Passed by the bowler, few around those. They must do better to Silver Clippers back of the mark. On the ball, the front runner, 850 from home by Alexia, the crowd, and you up to third. Cinematic star is foiled away 4 on the rails. And then Queen of Tuscany, Silver Clippers is green white. At the back of the man, view and Stupendous and Martin Choice Witness. Approaching the 500 metres out of the quarter, on the floor in front from here, the crowd, Manhattan view the outside, Cinematic star right behind those, just seeing a little bit of room. Then Queen of Tuscany is starting out between horses. Silver Cliff is winding up the widest end. Choice Witness is trying to line together. 250 metres to go. Cinematic star back on the inside now, about to explode with here. The crowd, they've got away from anything else. Cinematic star at 100 metres. Draw clear 2 lengths to away from here. The crowd on the galore. And it's another
8,
machine. Cinematic
6,
star
1.
from here. The crowd on the galore. And the Queen of Tuscany, Stupendous, Silver Cliff.
8, 6, 1.
Witness and Manhattan View. So that will lead the premiership back to 6 winners. Cinematic star, who was sat right there on the inside of the inside raw, was confidently back to 2.8 on BOP and didn't have to go around a horse. Cinematic star was hands and heels in the final 150 metres. Its only real threat here to the crowd, not around the last 100 metres or so. On the all back to line the others making any progress. 8, 6, and 1 across the line. 2 races to 4, 8, 6, and 1. Cinematic start run by Kieran Marr written by Blake Shin. So won by a good length and a half, at least on the line from here. The crowd second. The Masters Open Development Contest with Honour Galore in third. Queen of Tuscany runs fourth, and Stupendous runs fifth. They've got one.
Queen of Tuscany.
To Wyon settled a little bit closer at faded. It wasn't as good as the debut run. So bit of an awkward draw today. For me, just want to watch to see where she fits into the maiden picture up here.
BJ Smith trains the
Queen
11.
of Tuscany came
The
fourth.
intent is to ride her more quietly today.
Yeah, she drawn.
So what happened again is, so the problem was here that the 3 was getting tailed. That 1 was a jock who never raced here. So it did not work, but it did get the 3rd position. 8 was the one which through leverage was the highest. All right. So 8 happened, 40. Then 5 was here, which is this, but that did not happen. Why? Because 39, 38, the 6 was here, which is that. So 8, 6, this is like that, right? 3, 8, then it is 6 here. Three got tailed and 1 got to the 3rd position. 2 came in 4th because it was the low. It was the lowest. It had the advantage, but it could not encash, and the reason is the jock. That's all. The reason is the jock. That's the jockey handicapping. This jock did not have the right alignment with the horse. 8 had the best. 3 alike, but it got tailed, so that did not work. So 8 got through. Seven has been scratched from race number 5. 5, 10, 2, 9.
Hard to beat. Number 3, ready for the trip. He looks a lot better today than he did at Ipswich last start. I'll give him that. He's got barrier 1, Ryan Maloney. He's come back since he injured his back a few weeks ago up there at the sunny coast. So good to see Ryan back in the saddle today. Bit of a rogue horse though.
Yeah, the horse has been testing that back a little bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, he mucks up in the yard. He knocked a rail down at Ipswich the other day, and he was lucky to get him through and out the gate here today. But he's calm down there behind the gates. He looks well. He's the danger. Away from that, I thought the 8. She's got Lyrics racing well. Tony Goll and Emily Lang, and the 11 Valencia Rock to go back today for Luke Dempsey after just trying something different last start, not quite working out. But Valencia Rock has been placed all 3 runs this campaign: 5, 3, 8, and 11 for me. Anthony, can you help us out with these markets?
Righteous Legend 210. That's as short as he's.
That's a jockey auto, man.
60% of all bets.
It was the jockey. Bad ride because of the jockey.
2 or 3 hours. Ready for the trip. $3.70. Valencia Rock $7.50. That's the best price we've been all day. She's got lyrics $8 likewise. Best price.
The horse was good.
Down. Cabaretta a $19 chance. So this just got shorter. It was the best back runner all day there at Eagle Farm, and it's got shorter. Righteous Legend. 2.10 now $2. In fact, $2 about Righteous Legend. That's your favourite heading into the gates, guys.
All right, Anthony, thank you very much for that. Righteous Legend, the best back, ready for the trip, rock solid. And they are the two the market's focusing on here as we head up the pitch for the fourth.
The Roble comparing Righteous Legend made a few gear changes for him in his first start to Peter this afternoon. Now, Prize Gesture getting ready with Elroy. Brief Spirit will go off at a big price here. And Cabaretta will be one of the last to load. So 2.10 Righteous Legend. And ready for the trip. There's a late rally for him into 3.70 for the inside gate. As Cabaretta goes up now. And the maidens arrive. Ready for the trip, just had a dive at the gate. Settles better now, Ed racing. And Righteous Legend was about 50 in the stride. Siglo Dioro clearly won the bounce from Ready for the trip. Righteous Legend up into third on the improve. Arga Riches just off those in fourth, and then followed by I Have Seen the Light. Next the inside, and she's got lyrics. Filling down around midfield, then Valencia Rock, who's got cover. Just a fraction worse than midfield of that first bid at the 1,000. Elroy next, 2 lengths away, Prize Gesture. Then Brutal Sue, Brief Spirit, and Cabaretta has gone back to last. Towards the 800 metres, Market and Siglo Dioro in front, leading by almost a length. Righteous Legend in second. Third is Argarich, and fourth the inside, ready for the trip. I Have Seen the Light is racing in fifth, and then followed She's Got Lyrics and Valencia Rock together. 1.5 away to Elroy, Brave Spirit, Prize Gift, Brutal Sue, and Cabaretta sees the ball. On the sweep for the home corner, 4.50 left to run. Siglo Dioro about a half clear from Righteous Legend, about to be felt for. Argarich is next, ready for the trips, about to get a split in between runners. Then followed She's Got Lyrics, I Have Seen the Lights run out of room, and Valencia Rock's running on. Siglo Dioro with the kick, Righteous Legend gone. 200 metres left to run. Siglo Dioro in front from Ready for the Trip, who's starting to come the far side. It's Ready for the Trip over the top of Siglo Dioro. Ready for the Trip is too good. Ready for the Trip beat Righteous Legend, all Brief Spirit out wider. She's Got Lyrics has run fourth. Valencia Rock next in. Then I Have Seen the Light. Siglo Dioro gave a side, but ran out a puff the last 100. Arga Rich further back behind those runners. We had Cabaretta, Brutal Sue, Prize Gesture, and Elroy.
Looks like number 3 ready.
Number 3. Right, this is the fifth one here at Sandown, 5-10-2-9, right? 5 is the favorite. This is the second linear. This second linear. Doesn't have the I mean, it's a 2400 meter. It doesn't need the physics. Nobody needs any physics. But so the leverage is here with, it's at 12% on 2. This is on the lower side. This is on the lower side. This is the leverage which is on 2. If you look through the rails, 2 comes on top. Okay. If we look through the DICR, then it is 2 and 1 which are on 2.5. 1 is a 3638, which is a 7-year-old gilding, and 2 is a 6-year-old gilding. So these 2 are the highest. Then comes these guys, 3 and 4. But this is a 25, that's a 30. Those are the increments. The loss is here. So that's a 9-year-old gilding. I know that's not working. 2 is gate number 10. It has league races. It has gone through a group 1 race and all that. has happened with this. So this is good. My only concern is this, that this guy fails from here. Out of 10 races, 7 races, it will fail from here when it is here on the top, the outer drift. That is the only concern that is there. The 5 doesn't have the physics to win this. It doesn't need the physics. That's the first thing. It doesn't need the physics. But if that's that, then what are the other possibilities that are there? So this one is a 48, that became a 50. So this is a good horse. There is nothing, no complaint. It's a 48, became 50 with group 1 races. Ideally, it should win. But the problem is this, that this is where they go crazy. I don't know why. I still haven't figured out why they go crazy when everything is served to them on a platter. When they're up here, they have everything served to them on a platter and they can just go and win it. But this is exactly from where they fail. And I have no clue why that happens. But today we have the leverage which is there. Okay. The one which is very questionable is the 13. That is the greenest line on that 13. Okay. That is the greenest line on that 13. It is the EW. It is the second in command. I think. Yes, it is the second in command. If this is a 48 by 50, this is a 46 by 42. It dropped. And it's a 4-year-old mare with the best jock. With the best jock. If we look through the leverage, it is 210 and then it is here. Okay. The difference between 10 and 13 is it's a 41 and 38. This is a 46 and 42. If that's a leverage, then that's a leverage, but it is there. The 13 is there in the game. Provided the 2 fails. 5, I am not sure. 5, I'm not sure because it is on the lower side. Okay. And if we have to go lower side, then we have to go further lower and get to 15. 1, sorry. Because that is like, if 13 is like that, it is also like that. And it's a 36, 38. So 10 and 1, there's hardly any difference. 10 and 1, there is hardly any difference because this is a 36, that became a 38, 38.7. Here it's a 38.9. The difference is in the hands. It is in a very good hand, and these people, they are monkeys. But it's a 7-year-old gelding. Anyway, we'll keep that out. So it had to be on 2. It is on 14. And I like the 2. There's nothing not to like about it. There's nothing not to like about it. I like the 2. It's a 48 by 50. And if the advantage kicks in, then the 13 will knock it out. If the advantage kicks in, then the 13 will knock it out. That's the EW. Where do they stand? It stands right below this guy through the rails. Okay. It's between 2 and 13. 2 and 13. I think so. That's what I think. It's between 2 and 13. The problem is this guys, they fail from here. I mean, if I take out the number, if I take out the stats on how many times this one, the outer drift has failed from here, it will be very bad. But that is something that has happened. But this has the leverage. It's the highest. Been to group races and all that. But if it fails, then it is 13. We'll see what they are talking. We'll take a look at the paddock. If the 2 gets tailed, then probably 13. Every day is weird, Adaman. Every day is weird. Every day is weird. You see, the thing is, they're not going to make your job easy, all right? They're not going to give you a piece of cake on a plate. That will not happen. What will happen is they always have designed and laid this thing out in a way which is a system designed to defeat you. The last thing that you can do is click on the call to action, which is like, if you are in the enemy territory, you don't ask for direction from the enemy. That is not what you do. So if you are in the enemy territory and if you see that that's the favorite and you do not have the logic to figure out that this thing is the one which is going to deliver, then the best thing is to either stay out, and that is the best thing. If you do not get the logic, I mean, let's say you're in Nazi Germany and you find a German soldier and you ask him, all right, please tell me which is the escape route. And the German soldier says, go right. What would you do? Would you go right? PC3 win Canterbury. I don't know, what you mean by that, but it's tricky. It is not easy. See, the 2 is a gray. The 2 is a gray. No, this month is also a kind of a month where, Arman, things are upside down. Things are upside down. I'm hoping that, this is the last week of all this, and from August onwards, we're going to be back racing with the best of the horses. That's something that I'm hoping, because this month has been terrible. The best of the best horses did not race. The best of the jockeys just did not race. And the best of the tracks raced with weird horses. So that happens, Atoman. You need to keep changing. You need to keep, moving forward with it. You need to understand, why that is happening. That is exactly the process, Arman. If you think you have a final draft, you're wrong. You do not know how many locks they have. And you do not know how many keys you require to open those locks. And how many keys do you actually have? So there is no final draft. At least in last 1 year, I couldn't figure out, 9 is also a gray now. It's not that there's a final draft. I cannot say that this is the final thing. No. You have to keep working. You have to understand where have you gone wrong? What made the difference? What is it? And it's a very intricate work. You need to sit down with a cup of coffee, think, and ask questions like an 8-year-old. You cannot ask logical questions. You have to ask questions like an 8-year-old, and then find the answers. Why? I mean, honestly speaking, 1 year ago, it seemed like races, they do get rigged. It seemed like races do get rigged. But when you keep studying, no, they're not rigged. You cannot call them rigged. They're not rigged. They're designed to be like that. You can't call them rigging. You can't call it rigging unless you are in an absolute bad place. It is the layout. It is how it has been laid out to you. I mean, you are on the street and you see those street vendors selling flowers. You go to the first one and you buy the flowers for, let's say, $10. You walk a little ahead and you see another guy is selling the same flowers for $5. Did the first one rig you or scam you? No, you just missed the deal. He didn't scam you. You missed a deal. You should have looked more. That's all.
And Rosso just got a bit out sprinted in a 24.50 at Geelong last start by Sunday Buzz. If it's a little bit more earnest, Rosso would come to play as light lane still falls. And that's why we need the help of marker.
9 is the linear. That's a 31. And 2 is a grey. It's a white, more or less. Man, coffee on 2. I'll go coffee on 2. Let's see. The 13 is a dangerous one, which is breathing on its neck with all that advantage.
What was the traffic like from Geelong today? I didn't have a problem with that. Yeah, it's too bad. Going back. What time do you leave to go to Warrington? Shotzi, the Cannon Fox, Grandstand, the Gaz, the Power, Piplet,
Very athletic, looks like he's going to right up his alley today. So happy to have him. It looks like he's a nice aggressive type of horse too, and seems to be acclimatising quite well over here in Australia and getting used to our way of racing. So happy to have him on top. I thought he looked great. A couple of others that definitely get a tick from the yard are Wheelstone and Blue the Power, but the 5 on top from the yard for me.
at the stalls. Race 5 in 3.
Thanks for your time, James. Rosso, that was a much more pleasing and optimistic sort of run at Geelong recently.
Yeah, it's a big step forward for his first up run. Well, probably just got the picture in the last 50 metres last time, so should be spot on this one.
Pretty testing conditions over that kind of a distance last start too. May have just found him out second up.
Yeah, exactly. He went from 2,000 first up, showing 2,400 and fitness wise might have just caught him out last time, but third up today should be spot on fitness wise. Looks nice race form.
Top pedal has had a bit of previously. What were your discussions been
Simple. Paper.
sometimes when it looks like no paper, everyone wants to go forward. So left it up to them, but we'll roll forward, hopefully we'll finish to see that chance.
It's always nice to have plan A and plan B in those sort of situations, isn't it? You also settle up farmer a little bit later on in the day, hasn't it?
Yeah, this is great for the moment. Two starts, that's the gone pretty well. Both starts handled a really well up here at Sandown last time, so I wouldn't mind. But yeah, hopefully come on.
Good luck with both parties.
Thank you. Moving in. Schultz is the first one along the barrier one. Shrewsbury Road is the next one in. Aerospace comes up with also the Party. Malachi about to join. Terrific Tim, so very open race this one. In the end, I went with Rosso. I just thought this got a bit sprinted there into Geelong. It didn't go great tempo. This was a little bit more earnest. Rosso with some further distance in the legs will go pretty close. Wheelstone about to join the line. So it's career in Queensland. Out wide, Duke of Hastings is forward. The Carbs joining them.
ATW.
Typically Melbourne, that's a wide rain about 3 or 4 minutes ago, and now the sun tried to beat through. About 4 or 5 to come along for the Sportsbet fee handicap over the 2400. The Party is in. Rosso is still in the hands of the Clark, of course. Tavistock Dancer coming along now. Luna Power with Luke Cartwright aboard. Commission here at the 8.5 mark. Luna Power going in. Now Rosso to take a middle store. Rosso coming in for Tommy Preble. Fresh from his success in the Rising Star Series for the weekend, and the dash will go to the outside. For the stage contest of the day, 2400 metres, they started at the 100, goes to the bag and away they go. And Luna Power jumped away pretty well with Ray, with Rosso outside of the Aerospace over on the far side. His Tavistock down from the deep, and also Dash will try to find the position. So they gallop past the judge. It's in between horses, and Rosso just leading Aerospace, Tavistock down, so it came out deep, but Dashwood from Malachi. A length and a half away in the field, Luna Power, Schultz, and then came Shrewsbury Road. Luna Power ahead of it's just over racing. Wheelstone next on the rails, and then came the Party, Pipler. Back in the field is Duke of Hastings, and then came the Cunning Fox, and 3 further back is the Guards. They head towards the back section, 1800 to go. Rosso led with Dashwood going up to the perch outside of it, with Tavistock down to the third, 3 quarters of the length away over the crossing.
Man, that 7-year-old is running one.
A length of 3 quarters, Schultz, a length and a quarter, Luna Power in the middle of the field. Then came Wheelstone the rails from Shrewsbury Road, a length and a half of the Party, Pipler, 2 lengths Duke of Hastings, the Cunning Fox, and the Guards last of all. 1,300 metres to go. Now this lovely long back straight. Dashwood eventually took it up from Rosso, length and a quarter away second. Tavistock down to 30 inside at neutral speed, and they're 2 lengths in front of Malachi, who's getting the run of the race. Beverly inside Aerospace, a length and a half to Luna Power, and then came Schultz in the fifth. Length Shrewsbury Road, then Wheelstone, Pipler, the Party, Duke of Hastings, and then came the Cunning Fox and Norwood, place second last the rails, and the Guards is last. Dash to the front runner as they reach the 850 on the outer loop by 3 quarters of the length to Rosso. Tavistock down to third, and fourth is Malachi, who's just inching closer now and slides 3 wide. A length and a quarter, Aerospace and Luna Power has the back. All but Malachi, they come to the turn, then came Schultz in. Next Shrewsbury Road, who's one of the widest from Pipler, but well back in the field is for Party and Wheelstone, they run the corner. Rosso down, Pelican dip at the 500 metres, moves up to just about lead. Dashwood and Malachi, the outside chiming in. Luna Power's coming on this Schultz. Here's Shrewsbury Road, right down the outskirts. They're across the track. Schultz in the 200 metres with Luna Power, Shrewsbury Road and Luna Power go together with Chelsea, the inside of the 100. Look at the power, won't give in. From Shrewsbury Road, the outside, the heads up and down. Shrewsbury Road, Luna
Please,
Power,
please, please, two. Okay, we got that 2 EW, man. I was...
Next to finish June to Hastings, Lagares and Pavani Party. Then came Pimblin, Magenta, Rosso, Tavistock, down to Aerospace, Balakai, Fueling Clear's really knocked up, and Dashwood's finished along last.
9.
Luna Power, number 9. At 9:30 and 3:10 will win. Luke Cartwright for Mick Kent, who set it up 2 in the race. Luna Power, the gelding by Bussons de Loon. Coming off the 5th at Boeing, last start, was getting going the latter stages of that, and has fought out with Shrewsbury Road number 14, and will
slackened, he got really strong with that gear on. So they've taken that off. They've left the pacifiers on.
I don't know what the numbers are. Let me just check.
We saw that in his first start at Gazette when he loomed to win and he ducked out sharply. But his last 100 metres was terrific the way he picked up, and he had plenty on them seemingly, and then he's had that trial where he's gone quite nicely. So he's obviously talented. He's just got to put it all together, and if he does, he can certainly win.
Desley forced to change the 8 all valor. Kirk Matheson takes the ride, and he'll make things interesting because he does have speed.
9:14.
We saw him lead a recent trial here at Eagle Farm. It was on the course proper. I think the rail was where it is today. Out about
Check. Wait.
And he wasn't really tested, so he gets a soft time with it up on pace. He can hold on and pick up some of the money.
The Deacon stable have the 9 at no double dipping. With Georgina Cartwright to ride any old price.
Yep, hard to recommend today.
And the 10 Cavaliero also don't have big odds for handicapping Szechuan.
One probably needs something a bit easier.
All right, Maxie, they are making their way around to the gates, and as we said during that yard, number 2 Anson Bay has displaced the 6 King of Minto for favouritism. Now, when these markets first went up, Anson Bay was posted favourite by Tat. King of Minto was second favourite. They did a big flip, and Eccleston in the meantime was floating around at that sort of 440, 460 quote by Eccleston. Is also trimming up lanes, so there's been a decent old shuffle up in the last 20 minutes.
Into the numbers. But the market is telling us a story that he's got a good chance here. He has been the best back runner. The 2 stablemates here at the top, Anson Bay and Eccleston. I'm with number 3, Hoffman. Money coming for a few horses, as you mentioned, Paul. He's getting out of it, 10 out to 12. But I just thought this fella with those winkers on for the first time, I think he might lob into a nice position here from a reasonable draw, and I think he's up to running in the money at an each-way price, number 3, Hoffman. 6, King of Minto. Now, he's the interesting runner here because he really showed above-average ability when he won at Beaudesert. Granted, he did cause a lot of interference, and the steward said, you've got to go back to the trials to prove that you can go in a straight line, and he did that at the trials. So he's the most interesting runner clearly for me here, number 6. Then 4, Better Be Ready. Everything looks spot on. 3rd up, good draw. But number 5, Deforza. 3, 6, 4 and 5.
Yeah, I went 6, 2, 5 and 1. I really did toss up between King of Minto and Anson Bay, and just that
9:14, 2 and 4.
Be under the bonnet for King of Minto.
9:14,
albeit a much easier race.
2 and 4.
I love watching horses through the line.
So what happened is that 9, which was the linear, had the physics, went through. And then the 14 then the 2. How did that happen? Yeah, this is the problem. I'm telling you, this is a problem which needs to be figured out. Why do they fail from here? They fail like nobody's business. Even with the leverage, it did not work from this position. It never does. And look at this. This is very good hand. This is the linear with the physics. I'm sorry I said the physics wouldn't work, but the physics did work. This one was out of its zone. 5 did not have any side of the rails. It did not have this side. It did not have this side. So that was a little too much expecting out of this. The 9 had the physics, though it was a bad horse. This one was a 34, this one was a 31, and it actually, because of the hand, it went through. The 14 is the other one, which is a 33 by 29. That also came through. The one was running, but look at them. They raved that 7-year-old gilding. If they did not rave it, this could have gotten there, because this had the opportunity. This one had the opportunity, but they kind of, management wise, they're kind of bleeding. 5 did not have the physics. 9 had, and both of them were grays. This one was a better gray with a leverage, but this is from where they fail, and I don't know why. Three, 7, 11, 14, 15, 18. Three, 7, 11, 14, 15, 18. Okay. 2, 13, 6, and 12.
Stepped a bit awkward and they got tightened up and ended up back and never even travelled for the first half furlong. But I don't know, look, we'll see a bigger win than that today. It's certainly against what I think the perceived bias is, which is up on speed inside. And to come like he did, she was 403 from the 600 home and he was really good through the line. I thought last prep would get him out to 1400 and then I might have made a mistake. We'll keep him to the sprinting trip, but geez, he was good today. Like he might get further.
I mean, his trial was the exact opposite. He bounced to the front, travelled sweet, he won the trial, and it was a good trial. So I think most of us had him forward today. There's going to be
Yeah, he has. He's still work in progress. He's a Dumbo. He's just looking around, gawks and everything. He's just not there yet. He's a beautiful type of horse. I think managed well and put through the grades this time of the year now that we're in the off-season racing. He can develop into a really nice horse. He's a good sort, like I said, and I think his win was probably better than what it even looked today because that's certainly against the bias.
And what about Eggleston? He looks like an absolute superstar in the yard. He was called wide today. He stuck on well, but probably not quite hitting the mark the way he looks.
Yeah, I just don't think he's probably there yet either. He would appreciate to be able to fly a bit better in running. He was from 3 wide looking and always going too keen. I think as I get him up a little bit further in trip, 1350, 1400, where he can just control his gallop a bit better, you'll see a better horse. So I think Eccleston's very much on the right trajectory. 2-3 weeks ago, he was awful here. He was better today, and I think you can follow him. If you've done your money today, you can follow him next start.
Righto, Tony. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Tony Gollan there, he's had a big day out. That's 3 winners already. We're only 5 races into the card. 2, 6, 5 and 1. Anthony, as I'll throw back to you.
Okay, Anson Bay gets over the top of King of Minto and Forza, 2, 6, 5 and 1. We'll leave it there.
All right, this is the sixth one here at Sandown. We have 2, 13, 6 and 12 from the odds. That 2 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, that 2 is the top. Okay, that 2 is at the top. 1400 meter, and that is the advantage which has been given. If we look at the leverage, it is one of the lowest. Okay, so that's a little too much, I guess. 14. $33, $34. 33, 34. This is 29, 28. Both of them have been given the leverage, but this one is 40. And it has the lowest. However, the 5 is on top with the lowest. It's got the rails. 2, 5 is here. And 8 is the linear, which is a 35, 34. But this jock has never raced here. This is good. 34, advantage, 12. That's okay. Probably the odds are right. Probably the odds are right. This is lower, okay? The 5 is lower. So the 5 will, and it is, I mean, if this is given to these guys, all right, 34.5 with 35% pressure on 21, 21, 10, 4, 5. This one has this side of the rail, this one has this side of the rail. The difference is this one has league races and all that. But this is there in the game. The 5 is a check. Will not win, but it's there. It is there in some permutation combination. It is there. It is there. That's the lowest leverage. All right. The advantage is there. And if this is the favorite with the second lowest leverage, then this is not going anywhere. It is also there. The 12 comes then, which is this. 6 is this one, which is in a very good hand. Now here is the problem. If these donkeys do not deliver because they are bleeding financially and they kind of get desperate with this, they will lose it. they will lose it. Okay. Definitely has a bad jock. 6, 12. That is not happening. 12 is actually the EW, all right? 12, we don't have a drift. All the neutrals came in, but this is after this. This becomes, technically it is an EW. So this is here, 12, 68. 8 is the linear. This is bad. This is bad. This is 14. It's more than 14, so that is not going to work. The other one is the 4, which is here. So this probably is a position, because this is, I mean, one of the leverage will work. It is not that this leverage, this is on a very high side. This is still okay. So 4 is a check. Now let's see. 5 is the lowest. 4 is the reasonable highest. This one is 14. We are not going to consider that. That's way too much out of its league. 14 is the highest that we hit on Rose Hill. 14 is the highest that we have hit on Rose Hill. So this is like that. Then why it's there within the rails. It's 14, and then it is here 4, 5. 67, 947. Can you not do all this, boy? 5. 35, 21, 9, 5 is the lowest. 34. This is 28. Forget about this. This will not work. 5. 38, 7. This is the lowest, and this is the highest. So the game is probably here, 251. I think so. In some permutation combination, it is going to be there. So if it is 2, which is the favorite, 2 looks good. That's 41. Unless this time it's a 1400 meter and the 1 topples it off because of the leverage, then 2 should. 2 you should win. But if the 1 gets in with the leverage, then it's game over. Then it is game over. The linear is here. I'm not getting any numbers on this, but this is in a very good hand, which is here, the linear, which is a 34.3. It's a 34.5. Still, this is better. 35, 35. There's an advantage on 8. This is leverage. So if the 1 doesn't win, the 1 is a check. It's a major check. All right. If the 1 doesn't win, because this is the highest that we have touched at Rose Hill. I can't ignore this. We will see how it works. I don't like it a single bit. The 1 is the highest on the leverage. 14 is the highest that we have touched. This thing has 5 races, 35%, 14, which is fabulous. This thing is good. The only thing is that this one is a better spell. But if we take an average, we are talking about 32.9. So the average is 32.9, and this is way over. This is 34. So it's not that this one is in a safe custody. The 2 is not in a safe custody. Four win Canterbury. PC. Let's say 2 has a better jockey.
Double pie, flatted, double pie, flatted. Flatted, chocolate box, chocolate box. Silent shares, silent shares, silent shares, silent shares. Celebrator, celebrator.
This is the 6th one, correct? This is the 6th one. 9 gaming. The odds did not work here. This is the one where odds work. This did not work. This definitely did not work. This is where it did not work. 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. They've given us 1. If we chase 30%, This can go wild. This one can go wild. This one can go very wild.
I should fold double pie. I should fold double pie and then flap it. Flap it up to divine justice. Flap it up to divine
I'm gonna be out. I won't get into this. Um,
The Tarling Porter handicap for 3-year-old fillies. Bet Witchery is the favourite for Leon and Troy Corstens and Will Larkin, who was just outside the placings behind Illy Ivy last start at this distance range. And that's good form for a race like this. And Blake Shin trying to put the foot down. He's 6 in front of Craig Williams in the premiership. And once again, Craig has a scratching. It's a pretty open race, though. Bet Witchery holds the call ahead of Miss Castle Vecchio, number 13, trained by Charlotte Littlefield, coming off a win in the wet at Bendigo. So she's up spiral. And Chocolate Box given a chance as well, coming off the last form on a very heavy track here at Sandown. But Bet Witchery is the favourite. Here's Mark. Justice, divine justice, divine justice. Bet Witchery. But it's got us all before, don't worry. Castle Vecchio, Castle Vecchio, Castle Vecchio, I told divine justice.
Why are they showing the 1 instead of the 2, which is the favorite?
Celebrate that, serious celebrate that. Simply outrageous. Down at the stalls for race number 6, where the favourite is Bet Witchery at $3.90. Miss Castle Vecchio at $7.20. And then $9.30 Divine Justice, $9.40 Chocolate Box, arriving at the gates, race number 6. Divine Justice, Silent Shares, and Serial Celebrator. Serial Celebrator, simply outrageous, double pie with Miss Castle Vecchio. Miss Castle Vecchio. Miss Castle Vecchio, and Divine Justice, Divine Justice, Divine Justice. And also Chocolate Box.
She got my pick of the yard. Well, I thought she went fantastic. You guys must be got more right than she's not presenting today.
Today book is day.
What's she like to train from a track work point of view?
Very
8 wins and 8. The problem with the 8 is PC. This is the same jock who has been riding, alright? This jock has never raced here. Today probably is the first time this jock is racing. Otherwise, I would have highlighted the 8. That's the linear. 8 is the linear. Eight is the linear. It's in a very good hand, but
we're ready to get going. So it's another one.
Blame Blake if it doesn't go right.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what I've heard.
This track is a little uphill. All right, it's a little uphill. I'll get the exact dimension. I'm working on it, but I still haven't got the exact measurements on the elevation. The track is a little uphill at Sandown hillside. May not be steep, but it is. And that makes a lot of difference.
You had to go a little bit later today.
One of the races a long time.
That's
50 Jackson Bradley Award.
So, yeah, a very long time. So, yeah, you always run very well. Yeah, race, lower than 84 grade racing.
Simply outrageous. Coming along now. So serious. When we get to the stores,
12.
simply outrageous.
No, bro, I'm out.
But there's a little nibble for it. Thank you. Simply outrageous. You just got to the ground there as well.
I'm out. I don't have a clarity.
Divine Justice Chocolate Box Starter Share going to be the final three of the more competitive races of the day. Starter Share are the fourth one for this board. Into the 19, the better picture is solid favourite, drawing towards the inside as Blake Share. Chocolate Box.
Yes, I think most of the bets have been like that, Adaman. I stayed out. When I did not like it, I stayed out.
Now, Serious Celebrating goes back to second last, no speed from Flat Law Sophia. Jumping well, Ben Venturing to the lead. From Icy Pole and Home Zone settle behind them, punching through in between horses, double pie got to four. Miss Castle Vecchio was deeper, also Divine Justice. And Serious Celebrating picking up round the inside, most of them feel staying away from the rails for the time being. They were next in between horses are well back early in Chocolate Box, just a shade beyond centre field from Flat Star shares to Fiat, simply outrageous. Ben Richard in the 800 metres put up about 3 minutes to Home Zone second. Third on the outside coming up with the turn, Icy Pole, and 2 lengths Serious Celebrator. Then came out deeper on the course to Divine Justice. And next as they come to the turn, the double pie, basically most of the field up the middle of the course here from Chocolate Box. Silent Shares, Fiscard, Media. Ben Richard at the 400 metres, Hampton Hills, led by 2 next to the planet. And then Home Zone. Serial Celebrator looks to run on Sophia behind those horses, and then came this Castle Vecchio, still Ben Richard, 150 metres to go. She pulls the stick, a good 2 or 3 lengths in front. Sophia Silent Shares coming, Ben Richard getting really tight. Chocolate Box Silent Shares coming, Ben Richard.
2.
Ben Richard or Chocolate Box, who was wide, so must be considered Silent Shares between them. A photo. She's the leader, stopping. Sophia in a photo before Miss Castle Video. Next to finish in the race was Double Pie, and then Serious Celebrated, Simply Outrageous, Flattened, Home Zone got tied, Divine Justice, always wide, Icy Pole. And it'll be Ben Richard just. Ben Richard will last. Number 2, Blake Shin. Blake Shin's got a double, and now leads by 7. He's going to be mighty hard right down now. Coming from the clouds was Chocolate Box. It was right up against
2, 12, 10.
the rail out so far. Possible to line them up, but particularly with Ben Witchery, who was stopping. Silent Shares was sitting in the middle. Ben Witchery had lasted here. Number 2 defeats 12 Chocolate Box. 10 Silent Shares and 13 Miss Castle Vecchio. 2, 12, 10 and 13. Fifth goes to number 9, Sophia.
2, 10, 12 and 13.
Double Pie, clock 1:24:59 for the 1400 metres.
So the 5 was actually useless. The 5 did not do anything. 2, 12, and 10. This is where they are from the lower side. And from the higher side, the 1 and the 4, which was they were the highest. So this thing did not work on this one. And the 13, which was here, okay. The 13 was here. These two were not there. The 13 was here. The 8 was also there, but I'm sure it is going to go further into decimals. So it is coming on top. So that means it is heavier. And 2, 12, 10 here. There's a logic. They're playing logic. It is not that they're not playing logic. There's a logic to the system. 7. 11 has been scratched. Where is 11? I've scratched it. Six, 4, 1, 5. Six, 4, 1, and 5. A lot changed, as in Arman.
Push for actually 15 into 12, so that's encouraging. And then number 9, maybe, we hit a high of 17, got into 12, but now just back out to 15. So this market rocking and rolling just a touch as we get closer to jump time. And Acapulco Girl is the one trimming right back up again as we throw to Anthony to give us a bit of an assistance here, Anthony, as to what exactly is happening with those tab markets.
Interesting betting race. Acapulco Girls 250, got into as short as 215 briefly, just back out to 250 in the last 90 seconds, 2 minutes or so, and Zufani $3.40. Now, in terms of the hold, not much between them. Zufani slightly more money than Acapulco Girl, but yeah, very little between them in terms of the hold. Red Hot Lizzie's at 5, Magic Island $9.50, Divine Source at $12. So Acapulco Girl got in nice and short, but just on the drift a little bit late, and Zufani firmed up into $3.40, but not much between them in terms of the hold. So yeah, interesting betting odds.
Thanks for that, Anthony. Maxi, there's still a lead to load in for the 6th race, and Acapulco Girl about a point ahead of Safari now, and it seems to have finally settled down. But Magic Island's probably been the late rally, which we didn't see coming.
It's 15 down to $9.50 for her. Comes out of barrier number 5. But yeah, the map here not set in concrete at all. What's going to happen here? We mentioned Tony's got 2 speedy girls in Safari and maybe. Acapulco Girl has nice natural speed as well. So where are they going to settle? That's pretty crucial. But I think when you draw gate 1, you've got the options, and that's Ange on Safari here. She had a 1 start. That was back in February, so she's had a decent spell. And did look really good in that barrier trial that we've been talking about a few times today, won by Anson Bay. Divine Source, yeah, she won that race where 4 horses dislodged their riders at Ipswich. So it might have been a bit of a lucky win there, but she gets a chance here to measure up here, having got that maiden victory out of the way.
All right, they are loading up well now for race number 6. There are 9 races at Doomben on Saturday. Just browsing through those acceptances as we wait for them to load for the 6th. It's time to get up to Mitch.
So Baby goes in. Acapulco Girl is the last to load, and we're set to run. Ready, race 6.
And the fillies and mares are away. And one of the first out was Divine Source with Red Hot Busy. Zufani's going forward. Now Maloney's going to go back on Acapulco Girl for the first 200 metres. So it's Zufani into that first bend just from Divine Source. They've raced 2 lengths clear. On Baby third the outside of Red Hot Busy. Further back of the piece to Acapulco Girl, who's fifth now on the outside of Magic Island, and 2 lengths away, Private Equity last of all. Inside the 700 metres back, Zufani a half clear from Divine Source in second. Still 2 lengths to Red Hot Lizzie and Baby racing together. 1 length away, Acapulco Girl, Magic Island. Private Equity is last, about 5 off the leader. Around the home quarter at the 400 metres back, Zufani still about 3/4 length in front of Divine Source. Red Hot Lizzie's one up behind them. Acapulco Girl trying to chime in. Red Hot Lizzie got into the clear there at the 200 metres back. Zufani just from Divine Source. Acapulco Girl, the run tightened on Red Hot Lizzie, 100 to go. Acapulco Girl with a sweeping run. Moved up to Zufani, and it's too good. Acapulco Girl beat Zufani. Red Hot Lizzie third. Fourth be the Divine Source of Magic Island and Private Equity, and they dropped off Baby. So 25185.
This is the 7th one here at Sandown. The odds are 6, 4, 1, and 5. And 6 is the favorite. 6 is the second linear, which is here. If we look through the rails, then we get 7, 4, 13, and 3 up here. Okay. If we look through the leverage, 6 is at 15%. This was a benchmark 64. This is a benchmark 70. So far, we have not touched 14%. This is at 16%. All right. That doesn't look right somehow. Then we have the linear, which is at 11%. This is the linear. This is quite deliverable, but the linear is after 20 weeks, I think. 13 is after 33 weeks. 13 is racing after 33 weeks. Will it run is a big question. Okay. Will it run is a big question. That's the chance. That's the chance part of it, that it may run, may not run. If it runs, it's a linear. So then comes 5. 5 is 4 weeks ago, Bendigo first. So 5 is a 42/7, which is here. And from the lower side, 1 probably is the second position, okay? 1 probably is the second position. 1 probably is second horse pool. That's what I think. It'll drop and then go further up. So 6 is dicey. I don't think that is first of all, it is the second linear. Then it is like that. Being a second linear, the pressure is more on that horse, which is bad, which is very bad. The drop is here. So I look through the DICR, then we get the 1, which is here, and 2, and 3, 9.6. That's from gate number 16. And they're all bad hands. I mean, how and where will you take a chance on this? The 4 is here. 0. Okay. $47.8, 0. from the lower side. This is 4, this is 3 gate number. This probably is the second, right? This is there in the game. But I mean, I seriously like the 16, but it's in a bad hand. That's not going to deliver. The 16 is good, but that 16 will not deliver. This is 0, 47, 7, 0, 13, 11. But this is after 23 weeks or 33 weeks. So this probably is, even if the leverage is there, it will not work. 4, 13, 5, 1. This is a 57, 56. This is the highest. And that's a very wide gate. I don't know where it is coming from right now, but that's a very wide gate. 5. 6 looks like difficult. 6 looks like difficult. 13 is after a long break. And then this is the one, but this is a 43, 42, 47. Okay, the fall is not a lot. Okay. 5, 4 is 47. It doesn't have leverage. So leverage, advantage, then this gentleman probably. If the 13 jumps in, it will destroy the 5 like nobody's business. If the 13 jumps in, then it is game over for 5. 6 is difficult to win. Will it get a place? Probably it will get a place. But winning looks difficult. 1 probably the lowest. This is the lowest. So this will get a place as well. Now the question is, out of these, the 13 is after a long break, 16 is too much, 5 is the best that I can see. If the 5 doesn't get tailed, I'll play an EW on 5. PC 5 wins and 5 should win. PC. If that doesn't happen, it'll be very sad. 5 should win. PC. 6 is too much. 6 is too much. 6 is not enough. I mean, 16%. That's too much. That's too much. We did not touch a 14% here today. So Rose Hill has better stock, PC. Rose Hill has better stock of horses. That's definitely there. At least, I mean, when you're comparing Rose Hill and Sandown, Rose Hill has better stock. Now we will be able to figure that out. You know, once we have these numbers, we can actually pinpoint where to go, where to race. Once we have these numbers ready. But then again, you know, it is also a fact that Rose Hill was on a weekend, Saturday, and this is a midweek. So there's definitely a difference there. So a midweek racing and a Saturday racing, the quality is going to be definitely different. But still, as of now, the numbers are with Rose Hill. Rose Hill has better stock than Sandown. I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
Good Hill, orange. Okay.
Okay, I'm back. 5 bit a horse who has come out and won by 2 lengths last week. It looks like it has been laid for 5 only, otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Because the 13 is the ghost PC, the 13 is the linear, which is there with a very much, deliverable leverage. It is not that 13 cannot deliver, but the problem is 13 is after 33 weeks. So it's probably not, I mean, that's just a hope that it is not in its shape. We can't assume anything about that. We can only hope that it doesn't do anything. Yeah, 33 weeks is a long time. And if the management is good, which doesn't look like, then they would have trained this to be a masterpiece in 33 weeks.
New Sovereign for Big Price and Michael Kent Jr. John, as you mentioned, Blake Shen aboard, 2 from 2 first up, which he is. We haven't seen him since January, where he was down the track at Flemington. He'd strung a couple together there, working through the grades at Geelong and also Seymour. It has one on some rain-affected ground as well. New Sovereign, with impending wing given a chance, placed behind Stylish last start. His fair share of weight, but drawn better after being drawn the car park last start. There is a nibble for Moran. 13 into 11 for Patrick and Michelle Payne. The stable obviously going really well at the moment, drawn awkwardly. And also a little chance for Shiny New Deal in a couple of points, and up the top, Road Rocker, who recorded some decent stats late behind Vale Mountain here last start. Thought this was a really tricky race. Ended up with impending due to the draw. So we get Mark Hunter's thoughts.
They say it's a tricky race.
Yes, mate. All right.
Thank God the 5 is not getting
Mate, I
tailed.
would, but I'm already going to dinner with the team out here. We go and have a soup after the races out here, so I'd love to, but I am already preoccupied. Say hello to Gary I haven't seen Gary for a while. At the gates, race 7, due in 3 minutes, where New Sovereign is the favourite, $3.50. The eye print due in 3 from now. So Denor Star is there. Denor Star Cameron Falls in company with Castle on High Road, Rocker, Impending, Lincoln, Tessa, Delightful Journey, Jareth, Autumn Storm, and then Truffle Finder, and also what have we got there? We have got Moran Moose on New Sovereign, Broken Hill, Flying Vicky, and Shining New Deal.
Lewis 4 win. Still haven't gone through the gates, right? 5 over 4. Adamant 4-6-5 try.
New Sovereign 320 into 280 on Victorian official price. Impending link is at $5 out to $6.50 as the loading process is about to get underway. Moving in, Castle on High goes in with the North Star and also Broken Hill, who is sporting an orange distinguishing cap. Delightful Journey goes in with also Road Rocker. It's field of the day here with a field of 16 to run. So Road Rocker, Jamie Motorboard for Matt Laurie, formerly trained by Shane Jackson, is in the stall. Jareth, coming forward. We don't really know its ability level yet. Thank you very much. They're getting set in careful rest of 70 Solomons faultless first up previously. 320 into $2.70 ahead of impending link has been drifting here. $5 out to 7. This is little to something else. Tested 20 to 16 back to 18. Just today, Castle on high 12 to 11. Stay low away. Flying Big $18 into the 14. Our Autumn Storm waits its turn. There's Trouble Finder going in. Bit of Autumn Storm. So Loose on Gin, Shining New Deal, and also Flying Mickey are going to be the final three to take their place here. Flying Mickey being brought forward. Loose on Gin goes up with BDM. It's just a Shining New Deal with a black distinguishing cap supported by loaded face. Is going to complete it. Allocation got the doubles on the favourite here. And they're ready. 1400, and away they go. Moran a touch slow, beginning well, Castle on high on the inside. With also pushing up Loose on Gin, New Sovereign, Delightful Journey, impending link, almost makes a line of 5. Behind those Tester and Road Rocker on the fence from Cameron Falls, and they'll follow deeper behind North Star. Midfield Autumn Storm in company then with Broken Hill, then came Jarrett and Barat. 2.5 lengths Flying Mickey, Trouble Finder, and last of all is Shining New Deal. So Delightful Journey is the leader on the back. So 50 minutes to go. 3 lengths in front, New Soul and Loose on Gin. A length away, Castle on high, Tester followed by impending link. A length the North Star outside.
17 is the EW.
Storm company with Jarrett, then Flying Mickey, who's well back in the field. Toward the end, Trouble Finder and Shining New Deal. Delightful Journey, the first down, Corrigan Dip. 450 metres to go by 2 or 3 lengths to New Sovereign. Shin hasn't flinched yet. They were followed next in the field by Castle on High. And Road Rock is getting into its work. Tested down the outside, there's plenty of chances. Castle on High took the front of the 200 from Road Rocker. Favourite punch it up, impending link the outside. Road Rocker kicks at the 100 with Castle on High. Road Rocker sticks the neck out, just in front of Castle on High.
Fight, man! 5-1, I think.
Trouble Finder and then came Moran, Cameron Falls, Delightful Journey, Loose on Gin, Autumn Storm, the North Star, Sovereign found Little, and Broken Hill. Castle on High wins. Castle on High, number 5, Patrick Maloney for Cliff Brown.
PZ, that was amazing! 5-1.
And it's put its head down right on the line to win it by a no.
5-1-4.
Second. Put its head down.
Boom, PZ!
Castle on High in a great battle. Patrick Maloney and also Jamie Mott. They had a real set too. They both moved up and made their runs at about the 250, flanking Delightful Journey, and they've had a great battle.
No, so what happened is this, okay. 1 was the lowest, so 1 was supposed to get in. 1 was supposed to get in. That is this, I think I mentioned this as the second horse. Here, the 13 was after 33 weeks. So that was a chance that we took. 6 was overbarred. This is bad idea. This is bad idea. I think it was laid for 5. I think it was laid for 5. 5, 1, and then 4. 4, 6, 10, 11. Eighteen, 20. 4, 6, 10, 11, 18, 20. All scratched. Okay. 15, 14, 13, 16. 15, 14, 13, and 16. By a few. Yeah, but still a win, BC. Still a win. 5-1 was Queen, I think. Lewis to Eagle Farm.
It's been relentless. 280 on tap fixed odds. We thought it was well back this morning when we did our preview at about 11:30. This race subject to 22 cents worth of deduction, but $8 they bet early. It was about $3.70, I think, earlier today when we did our preview. Now $2.80 on tap fixed odds. So relentless money for Tiger Tie. Surprise honey, $3.30. Jungle Law, as you mentioned, was as much as about $7.50 into $6 late. Cassier's at $8 and Fragile Love $8.50. But Tiger Tie, one of the better back runners all day here, Paul. Maxi?
All right, Anthony, a little bit of a surprise, Maxi, that Tiger Tie is one of the best back runners of the day. I mean, there's a couple of really promising horses resuming here. Tiger Tie's got that slightly sticky draw, 3 kilo claimer. The market doesn't seem to be concerned.
15 is to 1.
It's a stable. It's a lot of followers, Chris and Corey months. When they bet, they're usually pretty close to the mark. That's a good go, isn't it? Into $2.90. $2.80 slightly shorter on tab, but Surprise Honey's sort of kept pace, got to 350 back to 340, so happy to stick with her here. But a lot of speed here, as you can appreciate, over the 1,000. Spiritual Song, she's looked very forward, didn't she, Paul? In the yard, she's likely to go forward. But this Tiger Tie, he's got a stack of speed, and that market support tells me they could come out of the gates with the handlebars down on him.
Yeah, well, he was coiled up like a spring in the yard. I think he's going to explode out of the gates, but it's not one of those days with Rail out 12 that leaders' fence is a massive edge. In fact, the last few races we've seen horses come from off speed down the middle to blouse the leaders. So I'm surprised there's been that sort of push. As Anthony said, the best back runner all day, one of the best runs all day, considering the track isn't really favouring necessarily those on-pace fence horses. Not that this bloke will find the fence anyway.
No, I don't think so. He just might have to do a bit of work. It's not easy here over the 1,000, dropping out with this rail out, because they jump on a bend. And once they get going here, you're on a constant bend until they... it's a big sweeping bend. Nevertheless, if you get posted, you could be in a spot of bother. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with him.
All right, Ange and Emily both have rides in this race as well, so plenty to look out for here in the 7th as we get up the pitch.
Maloney seeing them well this afternoon. Cassier moves in, and Fragile Love will be the last. Race 7. 1,000 metre dash. Red lights are on. Set to run. In the racing now. And Monty Cruz and Fragile Love will drip back shortly after the start. Spiritual Song quickly took it up from Jungle Law in second, and third is Surprise Honey. Tiger Tie's got up to fourth, but posted very wide at the moment. Spirit of Brody, Cassier, Monty Cruz 2 lengths away. Fragile Love Tiger Tie moving up on the outside is 3 and 4 wide at the 600 metres back from Jungle Law the middle, and on the rail Spiritual Song. Monty Cruz just off those, to the outside next as they head around the corner. Surprise Honey, then Cassier, Spirit of Brody and Fragile Love below the 300 metres back. Tiger Tie on this wide passage just from Jungle Law. Surprise Honey moves up on their outside. They've got the better of Spiritual Song. Fragile Love is running on from the back. Surprise Honey at the 125, quickly joined by Fragile Love. Fragile Love from last to first, right over the top and raced right away late. Fragile Love, an impressive win, 2.5. Surprise Honey second, and third Cassier. Fourth either Spiritual Song or Tiger Tie had a tough trip. Next in was Jungle Law, and further back to Spirit of Brody and Monty Cruz.
Well, don't worry about that wide rail, 12 metres today. We've seen a couple finish like Farlap, Anson Bay, and here's another one. The Victorian filly Fragile Love now with Matt Dunn, and she has let go with an almighty burst. I had my eyes on Surprise Honey there, and Emily hadn't moved on her as if she had 2 or 3 lengths under the bonnet. She gave plenty, but nothing like Fragile Love. She's really let rip. Don't
Right, this is the 8th one, okay? This is the last one here. And if we look at the odds, it's 15, 14, 15, 14, 13, and 16. 15 is the favorite, 14, 13, and 16. The question is whether 15 will win or not. If we look at the leverage, then these two are the highest, okay? 5 and 15. If we look here, then this is 51 by 50. The 14 is here, which is a 52 by 50. But that 5, the problem with the 5 is this same guy, all right? The piece where PC was on with the 8. PC was on with 8 here. It is the same guy. This guy has not raced here. This guy has not raced here. He doesn't know the dynamics of this track. But he has the leverage. Okay? He has the leverage. If he tries to build it up, then it will be different, right? If we look at the rails, then we get 14 on top, then 15 here. 14 goes through the rails, then it is 15, then it is 5, which is here, then it is 19, which is here, 13 and all that. Those are there. But here is the thing: if that's the highest, the lowest is here. We've seen this was also a 1400 meter, the lowest this thing got through, and it was 39 by 40. Through the DICR, it was one of the highest. That was the highest. Here, if we look at through the DICR, that is 1. Okay, and that is the lowest. This is the highest, that is the lowest. So I don't know if that gate 19 will work. If that doesn't work, in that case, this Mr. 2 is definitely in. No, sorry. 5. 45. Yes. 3. Okay. This is a very wide gate for a 1600 meter, but it definitely has the edge it can get in, but 3 is more likely to get it because of two reasons. One, it is the largest outer, which is here placed rightly. Okay. So those are possibilities, but 5 and 15. So 5, the jockey has never raced here. It's an increment. 47 became 48. And this is a demotion, but it's a stable one. What are the problems? The problems are this, that the jockey is not one of the best. It's a 1400 meter. I don't think that will matter. I don't think that will matter. This is the last race. It'll come. The favorite will get in. Is the second. It doesn't have this side of the rails. That's where it is. Is it possible to get it from the lower side? Man, it is very much possible to get it from the lower side because this guy has been on Group 1 races. So that, if that works as an advantage, the 6-year-old gelding will eat this as a breakfast. But let's hope that it will not happen, and let's hope that the jockey on 5, since he has not raced here, will not do anything funny. But he definitely has the strength to do that. 15 is the stable one. Is the stable one. Are we missing something? It's in a good hand. There is no problem with that. It's in a good hand. It's here. We're talking about this one. The next, which is a possibility because of this. But the leverage is definitely not there. The leverage will go down somewhere. It doesn't work like that actually. So this one is from gate number 19. Okay. So if that's a problem, then this gentleman is a check. 3. That's the second lowest. This is the lowest. This is the second lowest. But that's gate number 19 as of now. But there have been a lot of scratching. I don't know which gate it is going to come out from, but has huge amount of advantage from all angles. 15 is the one with the leverage. This has got higher leverage, which takes it to approximately 13%. We haven't touched that today. That's a little too much. It's almost 13. This stays 12, which is okay. We haven't touched 13 today. It did not work. This did not work. This did not work. So we did not touch 13. This one though definitely did not work. The one that I thought might work, but that did not work. So we did not touch 13 today. We did not touch 13 or 14. So this 15 is good. 15 should work, and it is the last one. They will give you the favorite. Seven, 12, 15. 19.
Horses entering the yard for our final race, the sports bet Get On Extra handicap. Scratchings are 4, 6, 10, 11, 18 and 20. Logan Bates on number 9, Prince of Nottingham. Our final race at 4:30 due in 12 from now. On behalf of the Melbourne Racing Club, we hope you found a winner today. Remind you we race at Caulfield on Saturday for the running of the Bletchingley Stakes. And we're back here at Sandown next Wednesday.
One thing that has happened is because now we have the leverage, we are not blind on the linears. We know at least what will work, what will not work. That leverage gives us a lot of clarity on whether it is feasible or not. That I have a section on my blog which says logs. I'm going to start logging this, starting from Rose Hill. Then I'll log this one also, which is Sandown, and we'll start logging, and we'll keep a track of this. Which track, at what percent, on which day? Is it a midweek or a Saturday? The blog link is there with the channel description. You can visit the blog, leave your comments. Bad. You can't do anything with that PC. The jocks are
Jeez, they're getting loose.
Lee. Did I get wins? I got into these races. I'll tell you. So I was out on the first one. The second one I got a win. I was out on this one because that thing was getting tailed. I was out on this one. That was getting tailed. I got a coffee on this one. The 2 got me a 3rd place. This one I was out. The 2 did win. The 7 I won. And this is the last one. So I was in with 1, 2, 3. I was in with 3 races. And I think I got all 3 of them. So far. 15 should win, Lee.
Sir Atlas got a long way back, was beaten 6.5 lengths. They're behind a really nice one in Julia Kibo here last week, and it was in the latter stages a little bit of an eye catcher
4.
after chasing Stylish the start before that. They've certainly backed at $3
Hey.
to 260.
4 is where? 4 is not there, bro. 4 has been scratched. Adamant.
Horse, we've got Farnborough, Farflung, given chances, Little Nibble, Falcon and Mulder up the top. But Sir Atlas had to get back from that wide alley last time, probably drawn a little bit better today as we get the thoughts of Mark Hunter for the lucky last. Farnborough, Farflung and Ongawa, followed by Private Jumbo and McGarden. McGarden, reset the Jazz, Savoir Fair and Pittsburgh Pirate, Georgie Get Mad, Prince of Nottingham. And then Type My Son, Sir Atlas at Nottingham 9.
Arman, 15 is a rat.
Not a bad buy, Sir Atlas, and Type My Son. Prince of Nottingham, Pittsburgh Pirate, Georgie Get Mad, McGarden, Savoir Fair, and Reset the Jazz.
I don't know, we'll figure out now. We will figure out in less than 5 minutes. The 14 is the 14 is there, PC. The 14 is there in the game, but I don't know. 5, 7, 14, 5. Yeah, that 5 is a dangerous one, Aroman. That 5 is a dangerous one. If that the only thing is the 5 is a horse ridden by a jockey who has never raced here. And he was not able to deliver a single race today. That is the only issue. He doesn't understand the track dynamics here. He has no clue. He has no clue. The 14's there, but how will that work? I don't know. The 3 is a possibility. 12 is a possibility. All that can happen. Possibility is in place. Winning might be difficult. And I have a strong feeling they'll give you the favorite in this one. You know why? Because this will make it 30%. If you look at the odds that came in, this one came in. That's the first. Then this one came in second. And that is it. So they'll have to keep their standards, otherwise next time they will go down drastically on opening odds. They will have to keep 30%. They will have to keep 30% at least. Lewis is on 16. 16 has the best job. Good job.
Moving in. Malcolm Boulder is the first one of the stalls with Private Jumbo and Prince of Nottingham. Moving in. So Prince of Nottingham is in. Time by Sun is about to load. Farmer awaits his turn. Savoir Fair. London join them. We'll also reset the jazz. They move in. Time by Sun, the next one forward. Terrific, Timmy. It's been a pleasure to be with you all. And yes, we've had a couple of hunting and photo finishes. So the judges had his work cut out for it. But here in Victoria, very competitive indeed. Last race here, we've got a busy conclusion of the week with the Bull tomorrow, then 2 meetings on Friday, Geelong, and also at Shuka. Shuka's got a 10-race card, big wet conditions there for both through Shuka. Good Bletchingley card meeting Saturday, excellent program at the Heath and Matoa race as well. So the jumps and cats for the Sunday. Now the last couple of guests in here, McGarten and also Gower, for the running of the sports bet, get on extra handicap for the 1,600 metres to close out the day.
I go 15 minutes.
Late Shin here with another free kick with a ride without Billow engaged. He's leading the premiership by 7 minutes. We'll see him getting rolled from here. Well, Gower comes up to complete the line. Race number 8. Falcon and Boulder standing okay on the inside. The sun peeks out again here. Sir Atlas the favourite. 310 to 225, heavily back. The second last out for Atlas now last. Jumping well, Private Jumbo, Prince of Nottingham, not a bad buy. And next is Falcon and Boulder on the inside. They were followed by Far Flung. And our deeper on the track is Reset the Jazz. So if they complete 300 metres, Private Jumbo, very deep, is wanting the front. Prince of Nottingham, not a bad buy, moved up with Falcon and Boulder. Then Georgie Get Mad. Reset the Jazz, progressing wider, far from the rail. Sapphire Bearers, midfield from Barbara and McGarden. Well, Garden was off the track, getting up on the inside. Pittsburgh Pirate, third last from Sir Atkinson, Type My Star. Private Jumbo, the leader, 1,000 metres to go off the back, length and a quarter, not a bad buy. Third on the inside, Falcon and Boulder. Reset the Jazz, continues that wide run. They were followed by Prince of Nottingham and McGarden. Stephen the line with cover. Georgie Get Mad, even deeper. And out wide is Ungara. A length away from Far Flung as they come up to the turn from Tyke My Son, Sapphire, Fair Farmers, Sir Atlas and Pittsburgh Pirate. So it's Private Jumbo, 500 metres to go. Sticks virtually towards the inside and now start to roll towards the middle of the course from Falcon and Boulder, Far Flung. Reset the Jazz is coming on up the outside. Under pressure for Garden, and overload by Prince of Nottingham. Sir Atlas is a long way off them still. It's Far Flung coming through at the 200 metres to go to the lead from Reset the Jazz, Private Jumbo. Far Flung did by Reset the Jazz, Private Jumbo. Sir Atlas will come late. Far Flung, Reset the Jazz. Reset the Jazz, get the 10 in front and on the line. Reset the Jazz from Far Flung, Farmer, Sir Atlas. Private Jumbo next. They were followed by Prince of Nottingham from McGarden.
What happened in there?
Pittsburgh Pirate towards the back and Type My Son next door to Not a Bad Buy and Gal always flying at last. Reset the Jazz of Jackson Radley. Back from Tassie has nailed Far Flung on the line at a price here of $22.20 and $5.40.
5. See,
Reset the Jazz, number 5 wins the last.
we thought it will not happen, but it did happen.
And then there are three noses there for fourth. 5, 13 and 14. 5, 13 and 14 to the last. Reset the Jazz. Jackson Radley with the stick in the left hand has got down and forward and right out with the Far Flung. Jamie Mellon was just overhauled.
So,
The illustrated 2 on it now after winning on the synthetic at 1,600 metres. Last time Reset the Jazz turned the corner next preparation with 7 at start number 20 as the numbers go up 5, 13, 14 and a 17. 5, 13, 14 and a 17. Fifth number 15, Sir Atlas. Sixth number 9, Prince of Nottingham. They've got 138, 36. And it was a half in.
you were right.
A half in by with the quarter.
15 was a rat. Anyway, so what happened is this. So, that's 5, okay? Now, why I was, I had some strong numbers on 5, but, this jockey has never raced here. But what made the difference is that this was a 1,600 meter, okay? This was a 1,600 meter. The 5 was on top. I mean, this is something that was a tricky one, and five, 13, 14, and 17. 5, 13, 14 was there. 5, 14 was okay. But this one was here. That was the highest. This was 13% almost. This was 13. That is the highest that we have touched today. Here, they saved it for the last. They saved it for the last. This is almost 13%. But the problem is this jockey has never raced here. So I was reluctant on this. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We'll have to rectify, we'll have to keep working on this so that this gets more precise. We need this to be more precise. Let's see what do we have tomorrow. Tomorrow we have all the weird tracks. Friday, what do we have? Sunshine Coast, Geelong. Saturday we have Caulfield, Doomben, Randwick. Pointless tomorrow. Not going to Wyong. It's pointless. It's a wastage of time, money, effort, resources, everything. Here, Friday, we I don't even want to go these places. This is where things go upside down, and I think there's something wrong with the data, and it's a very confusing. These places are very confusing. Not going there. We'll let's regroup on Saturday. We will either get Doomben. Randwick will definitely get. I think we will get Randwick. Flemington is not racing, so there's no Flemington on Saturday. So we will definitely get Randwick, and probably we will also get Doomben. If we get both, we'll take Randwick. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. So let's catch up on Saturday again. And thank you so much for being there. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Adaman, thank you so much for being there. And you were right, 15 was a rat. PC, I can't thank you enough, PC, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, I am so sorry that 15 did not work, even I lost. But thank you so much for being here, my friend. That is it. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Saturday. Till then, stay blessed.